Nice.
The people that attend is actually much more valuable to them.
You know, it's just very authentic content.
Ideas start with an impulse, a desire of a notion. That unstoppable urge to create something extraordinary. get your project started. iPoint International.
The future is now. The future is now. The future is now.
You have to take it from a subconscious level to a conscious level. It's the best feeling you'll ever have, ever.
It is going to reshape our company and potentially, maybe even the industry.
The want and the will is exactly the same.
The hole we dig is quite deep and we have to climb out of it together.
What would players like better?
A more intelligent use of the devices that we have already.
Helping people make meaningful connections where they can do business.
The people that attend is actually much more valuable to them.
It's just very authentic content.
You have to take it from a subconscious level to a conscious level. It's the best feeling you'll ever have, ever.
It is going to reshape our company and potentially, maybe even the industry.
The want and the will is exactly the same.
The hole we dig is quite deep and we have to climb out of it together.
What would players like better?
A more intelligent use of the devices that we have already.
Helping people make meaningful connections where they can do business.
The people that attend is actually much more valuable to them.
It's just very authentic content.
start with an impulse. A desire of a notion. That unstoppable urge to create something extraordinary. Get your project started. iPoint International.
The future is now. The future is now. The future is now.
You have to take it from a subconscious level to a conscious level. It's the best feeling you'll ever have. Ever.
It is going to reshape our company and potentially, maybe even the industry.
The want and the will is exactly the same.
The hole we dig is quite deep and we have to climb out of it together.
Bold players like better.
A more intelligent use of the devices that we have already.
Helping people make meaningful connections where they can do business.
The people that attend is actually much more valuable to them.
You know, it's just very authentic content.
You have to take it from a subconscious level to a conscious level. It's the best feeling you'll ever have. Ever.
It is going to reshape our company and potentially, maybe even the industry.
The want and the will is exactly the same.
The hole we dig is quite deep and we have to climb out of it together.
Bold players like better.
A more intelligent use of the devices that we have already.
Helping people make meaningful connections where they can do business.
The people that attend is actually much more valuable to them.
You know, it's just very authentic content.
start with an impulse. A desire of a notion. That unstoppable urge to create something extraordinary. Get your project started. iPoint International.
The future is now. The future is now. The future is now.
You have to take it from a subconscious level to a conscious level. It's the best feeling you'll ever have. Ever.
It is going to reshape our company and potentially, maybe even the industry.
The want and the will is exactly the same.
The hole we dig is quite deep and we have to climb out of it together.
Forward players like better.
A more intelligent use of the devices that we have already.
Helping people make meaningful connections where they can do business.
The people that attend is actually much more valuable to them.
You know, it's just very authentic content.
Good morning, Alice, and good morning to you at home, and welcome to the first day of the iGaming Next Online Adventure of Change. In the words of Mark Cuban, how companies act during the COVID-19 crisis will define their brand for the next decade. Think about it. How companies act during the COVID-19 crisis will define their brand for the next decade. This crisis exposed organizations' true selves, from leadership level to ability to innovate, and from a commercial point of view as well. Just look at Web Summit, one of the biggest conference organizers in the world, with a business model purely based on the human touch. How do you think they felt in March when the entire event industry collapsed overnight? But instead of lying flat, they did something no one would have ever thought would be possible. They turned the North America event, called the Collision, into a digital event and amassed 30,000 paying delegates. Web Summit then used the success of Collision to heavily invest into their digital Web Summit conference, which is taking place this December, which is now expecting more than 100,000 paying delegates. Just imagine what they can do going forward into the digital space, not constrained to just the size of a venue. What started as an absolute catastrophe for Web Summit is now turning into an opportunity to scale their company to completely new heights. This is why we have chosen to name this event the Adventure of Change. Because just like Web Summit illustrated, the ones who truly see change as opportunity are now emerging as the winners. And that's what Mark Cuban meant with his famous quote. iGaming Next Online is an event more than 5 months in the making. And I'd like to thank our incredible team who made it all happen. Product manager Shanetta, who is here behind the camera, head of sales Martin, event manager Gerda, head of commercial Anna, coordinator Gabi, marketing partner iPoint, which is headed by Anton and his lovely team. I'd also like to thank our advisory board for curating the agenda together with us. Sam Brown of Hero Gaming, Fiona Hickey of Push Gaming, Igor Samaditsky of Nexus Gaming, Becky Ligero of Calvinair.com, and Sean O'Donnell of Better Collective. And of course, to our many partners for supporting this next generation event. So, let's dive into what we have in front of us today. My co-host today is Alice, joining from Betsson Group. Alice, how are you today? And can you tell us some of the sessions of this conference that you are most excited for?
Absolutely. First of all, I'm super excited to be here. Thanks for having me, Pierre. It's hard to choose only one thing that I'm looking forward to the most, but I would say, coming from an HR background, I'm really looking forward to day 3, which is a day solely dedicated to HR-related topics. So especially the fireside chats about remote onboarding and also remote working. So I'm really looking forward to that. Before we dive deeper into today's agenda, Pierre, I was curious, I wanted to ask you, what goes into creating an event like the Adventure of Change, and what are you most nervous about today?
Yeah, that's a great question, Alice. And you know, the truth is, there's so many unknowns going into the organization of a digital event. For example, I mean, it starts with the marketing campaign, where usually at an in-person event, we would have a pretty good idea about a couple of months before where we are trending in terms of attendance numbers and so forth. Whereas at a digital event, it's really the last couple of days where everything comes together. So that means that as a team, we really have to believe and commit to what we are doing and really hold true to that throughout the whole campaign. And that has been a strength within our team during the promotion of this campaign, because we had such a good confidence in what we are doing. But a second part to this is, of course, the live streamed sessions that we are putting on during the conference as well. It's always an unknown, because people sit at home with potentially an unstable internet connection, and we sit here in the studio and we are just very nervous, hoping that the internet connections are going to hold up and that things are going to run smoothly. So that's always some parts of the event that's always going to be nerve-wracking for us. But enough about what's happening behind the scenes here, Alice. Tell us what we have in front of us today, because we have a fantastic day, I think.
Yes, we do. I'm excited to tell you what we have ahead of us today. As you mentioned, Pierre, today is the day one, the executive day of the Adventure of Change. And we are ready to kick this event off with a bang. We have a very exciting agenda ahead of us with 3 whole days packed with content that will last between 10 and 2 each day. And each day has its own theme as well. So today we will start with our business day. Tomorrow we have a marketing day. And on Thursday we have an HR dedicated day. We have some very interesting panel discussions, keynote speakers, fireside chats, and presentations to look forward to. So let's dive a bit deeper into today's agenda. So starting off is a fireside chat. The theme is where things are going tomorrow and beyond. You are the moderator for this chat, Pierre, and our guest is Todd Haushalter, who is the CPO at Evolution Gaming. Very interesting. After that, we have a panel discussion, a day in the life of the CEO. After this, we have a presentation. The winners won't wait, adapt or die. This presentation is given by Simon Lidsen, who's the co-founder and CEO of Fast Track. After this, we can look forward to a panel discussion. The theme is Forget Gambling, Learn Entertainment, or How to Compete with Netflix or Amazon Prime. After this, we have some next insights by Calvin Ayre. He's a venture capitalist and founder of Ayre Group. Very, very exciting. After this, we have a panel discussion. The theme is How can blockchain entice the iGaming industry? Following this, we have another fireside chat. The theme is Turning ideas into a product. After this, we have a presentation to look forward to. The theme is Disruption is the new normal, gaining a tech advantage in challenging times. And this presentation is given by Carl Davis Barrett, who's Senior Cloud Solutions Architect at Microsoft. After this, we have a very exciting investor panel. The theme is the best deals and biggest fails in iGaming. After this, we have an interview. The theme is Pandemic-Proof Investments, Emerging Market Trends. Hosting this interview is Rebecca Ligero Fontana, who is a lead reporter at calvinair.com. And our guest for this interview is Jason Ader, co-founder and CEO of Spring Owl Asset Management, LLC. So guys, after each day, you will get the chance to join our networking and roundtables as well, where you have an opportunity to chat and mingle with other attendees. So after each day, you will be able to attend these roundtables. And this is also a very interactive event, so don't forget that. We do have a live section where you guys can ask questions or post comments at any time during the event. And we will try to answer some of your comments and highlight some of your questions as we go along, so don't hesitate to get interactive. So I think that summarizes day one. We're super excited. I have one last question for you, Pierre. Are you ready to kickstart the Adventure of Change?
I'm ready, Alice. Let's do it.
Great. Let's get started, guys.
Good morning. How's it going? Good to see you, Todd.
It's always great to see you.
Good to see you too. Good to see you too. I mean, Todd, it's really nice to have you back here at the iGaming online and for the first session of the entire conference today, actually. And the topic of today is where things are going tomorrow and beyond. And I mean, who better to talk to than pretty much the most innovative, forward thinker of the iGaming industry. You know, I wanted to start by mentioning this. So I think I was thinking about this the other day. You're kind of like the Wayne Gretzky of iGaming in a way now with your status and things. Can you feel that as well? Do you have a lot of comments and things on the sessions that we have done before and the podcast sessions and just your presentations in general?
Well, first of all, thanks. That's an incredible compliment. So thank you very much. I actually did a presentation the other day, and I had a slide of Wayne Gretzky in my presentation where I said his famous quote, "I skate to where the puck is going, not to where the puck was."
Yes.
And I was doing it for the exact reason that you might think about being forward-looking and all that sort of stuff. So, I like the I like the analogy.
Okay. We cement it now then. The Wayne Gretzky of the iGaming industry.
I'll take it.
Brilliant, brilliant. Todd, I want to start today. We don't have that much time. We only have 50 minutes today. So let's jump straight to it. You know, Todd, you've arguably revolutionized the live product since you joined at Evolution. And now that NetEnt is joining the family as well, which operates in a completely different environment of incredibly creative and fierce competition. Do you think there still is room for innovation in the online casino game segment?
It's a really interesting question to ask yourself, because some people will say no to that. But in 2030, or 2040, are we still going to be playing the same stuff? Almost everybody would say no to that. So for sure, there's plenty left to do. When I think about life after Evolution and NetEnt and Red Tiger all become one happy family, I get so excited. I mean, the idea that slots and live haven't been blended together yet is probably more interesting than the fact that it will be. I think we're probably late. With our game shows, we've been trying to appeal to slot players. But what about slots with live features? What about live games with slot features? Yeah, that's coming for sure.
So you are foreseeing kind of like more hybrid games where Evolution and NetEnt doesn't work separately, but they are working jointly to create this hybrid product.
Undoubtedly, yeah. What would a live Gonzo Quest or a live Starburst game look like?
I mean,
I don't know yet.
This is like walking into a candy store.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. And as soon as we get together and we become one company, we're going to have some incredible brainstorming sessions. And I'm going to throw out exactly questions like that. What is the most fun thing we could do in live with Starburst? What's the most fun thing we could do in RNG with Crazy Time or Monopoly or whatever? And I just think there's so much to do there. There's so much.
Yeah. So there would almost be like a third category then that you would be eyeing, where, you know, at the moment, if you play at an operator, you have the option to play casino games, you have the option to play live, as in what Evolution is offering now, and then now we are foreseeing this third category, which is hybrid. Then basically, that's
I think so.
To hear.
I think so, and I also think like there's a lot of opportunity that, like, I've got very simple questions to my new friends in the slots world. Like, should they be more social?
Yes.
You know, everything at Evolution is thousands of players on singular tables, and there's player interaction. Should slots have that? And of course, not every player wants that, but maybe there's a subset of players that would like to see it be inherently more social.
Yeah, that is the natural progression in a way. We talked about this little in our previous podcast as well, to make the game social, get the players to interact with each other. And I mean, this is one of the major reasons why people like to go to a casino, for example, is obviously the social aspect of a casino, being able to play craps together and celebrate together their wins. And this is what you have implemented at Crazy Time as well, right? You celebrate a bit together in that game. Is that right?
Yeah, it absolutely is. The chat runs wild on there. You've got this concept of like everybody kind of choosing the same thing in certain games, and sort of like it has this wonderful us against the casino feel as players. And then with respect to communal, I think there's this interesting dynamic that's developed in the last 9 months where we're all learning to be more communal in a digital way, like with video conferencing and that sort of stuff. And before that might have sounded strange, like in January, for example. But we're just getting more comfortable with communicating digitally, sharing experiences digitally. And I think it's worth asking, how do we make that find its way into the gambling experiences?
Yeah. It'll be an interesting question to explore. That is definitely for sure. I mean, Todd, in our discussions, we always talk about, rightly so, how great Evolution's games are, and the successes you've had in the previous games that you've launched and so forth. But I'm really curious to ask you, what are your favorite games that are not Evolution gaming? And you cannot say NetEnt either.
And I also won't say blackjack and baccarat.
Okay. Exactly. From your competitors.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff out there. So I'm a big admirer of the game Jam and Jars, and grid games in general. I like React Tunes, Play and Go. I think that's a really great. I like grid games in general. I think that there's a lot of fun stuff that you can do with them. I think both of those are really good examples of games well done. Money Train 2, they've got a really complex bonus mechanic there, but they do it in a way that you don't feel like you don't understand it. You just kind of keep getting these little pearls dropped in, and it's really just a beautifully balanced game. So I like that one a lot. Let's see what else is out there that I like a lot. Those are three big.
Yeah. Those are good. Those are good titles. But I would imagine that you spend quite some time to check what the competitors are up to and things. Yeah.
Of course, Big Time Gaming. I'm a fan of their stuff.
Yeah.
They have their fingerprints all over the industry now with Mega Way licensing.
Yeah. Of course. Yeah. They've done something truly innovative, which is their game mechanic, not a game which is done licensed by other competitors in a way to revive the old game, like Conquest Quest, for example, now with Mega Ways, that became the biggest release of NetEnt ever, I think, actually.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Yeah. And I admire the way they swing the bat and they try new stuff too.
Yeah, exactly. When you don't think that anything can be like that, you can innovate more in this industry. All of a sudden, bam, something completely new comes when you least expect it. Yeah,
of course.
Interesting. Todd, a bit elephant in the room in general. I mean, the NetEnt and Evolution deal is still, considered and not finalized yet, of course. But what are your general thoughts in general of the NetEnt and the possible merger between Evolution and NetEnt? What opportunities do you see in the short, mid, and long term, for example?
So there's a whole bunch of things. It's very wide ranging, but I think the opportunity to really do incredible things in the U.S. We should be the dominant supplier of games in the U.S. So we'll be a totally complete supplier. In fact, not limiting it to the U.S. It's just a hot, exciting market. But we're somewhat limited sometimes in whether live casino can go into a market. So now we'll be able to get in there with slots, which is super exciting. Then, but the entire world, I could say that about. So it allows us to be, a really strong supplier in every part of the world. I look at the roadmap and getting access to all of the IP that they have already and the IP that we have already. And then all of a sudden doing IP deals with movie studios that were probably too grand for us to think of as just a live casino company. All of a sudden, every brand in the world would be in play at our current scale. So just about anything you can dream of would be eligible to be made into slots and that sort of stuff. So
Yeah.
we talked about the fusion of live and RNG. I think that's a great opportunity. And just simply, I think, making better games in plain English, making games that players are going to really love. And that's a tricky thing, just like it's tricky to write songs that people love. But we know how to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't wait personally to see what will come out of this, especially from the product level. So this is exciting to hear what you're saying, kind of in the hybrid kind of segment where you bring in your expertise from the live segment, obviously not done from the online games, and see what comes out of that in general will be kind of the most exciting thing for me.
Yeah, and I can tell you, I don't want to wait around either. We're going to move. You know, like you're gonna see the fusion of the two in 2021. It's not going to be something where like years later you're like, oh, you just don't. You don't ever feel it. It's going to happen quick, I think.
Okay, yeah, cool. Todd, last question of today, because we don't have that much time, unfortunately. We'll have to follow up this, I hope, soon. But obviously, it seems that Evolution is betting big on the US market, which is extremely hyped at the moment. We've seen, the DraftKings, for example, which is valued to at something like 18 billion USD without that much revenue at the moment. It just tells a story how much the market believes in the US at the moment. But I want to ask you, kind of from a product level, how does the American consumer differentiate from the European consumer? Is there anything you specifically need to think about from a product level as Evolution prepares to conquer the American market? A demographic that is completely alien to online gambling.
Yeah, there's an education that I think needs to happen. They have all grown up with games that they've seen in casinos. And so as they transition to online, the kind of stuff that works in a land-based casino doesn't beautifully transfer to online. And so a bit of an education, a lot of it is pretty straightforward. A good gamble in Europe is a good gamble in the United States. So we just launched Craps this week, and that is not by accident. It's not unrelated to the fact that we're also going into the United States. So there's games that are pretty US-centric. It's a bigger blackjack market. It's a bigger, obviously Craps will do really well there. The slot market is massive in the U.S. But I think in general, like they don't know what a game show is. Literally, they've never seen this format of gambling. And in Europe, people kind of grew up. Okay, they got comfortable with live casino, and they took them on a journey. And then we started to slowly introduce some of these things. And that's kind of be the same journey in the U.S. Players will work it out pretty quickly because mostly a good gamble works everywhere.
Yeah, brilliant. Todd, I see you have a batch of retro games behind you. As a finisher today, choose your favorite game. That you can see behind you. I want you to pick it out.
Original Nintendo Entertainment System that came with Duck Hunt and Mario Brothers. I think there's a lot of good 2022 games that can be inspired from the games here behind me.
Duck Hunt 2.0 by Evolution Gaming, produced by Todd Hasalter. I like it. I'll be waiting patiently
Duck
for
Hunt
that.
2.0. I didn't plan to share that today, but now you know.
It's out there. It's out there now. Todd, it's an absolute pleasure every time I see you. You make me happy. You make my day. So thank you so much for coming on today, and I wish you all the best.
Thanks for having me. It's been great.
Thank you, Todd.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this interesting session together with three of us, our three CEO session this morning, a day in the life of a CEO. Let me introduce myself. My name is Dave Flynn. I'm the CEO for Blicknor Group. We're a company that's very much focused on the growth of iGaming and making sure that we take a piece within both B2C and B2B parts of the industry right now. Let me introduce the other two colleagues that we have on the call today. Saki Memo from Aspire Global. Saki, say good morning.
Hi, David. Good morning. Hi, Robert. So I'm Saki. I'm the CEO of Aspire Global. And we are dealing with mainly B2B products, selling platform, games, and sport, now with the recent acquisition of BetoBet. And it's great to have you some coffee in the morning.
Thank you very much. And Robert Anderson, please introduce yourself, Robert, from A Crowd.
Yeah, morning, guys. My name's Robert. Been the CEO now of A Crowd since March. Been in this industry since 2015. So before that, held the position of CEO in NLabs, which is an iGaming operator focused in the Baltics. And before that, I was the CEO of Catena Media. So ran a few companies in this industry. And yeah.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I think collectively we have almost 50 years in the iGaming business. Just thought I'd make you both feel rather old already this morning. Sorry about that.
I was smiling and now you make me sad.
Okay, so we have just 20 minutes this morning. A few questions just to kick off. I think what everybody's probably interested in is, how do we start the day in a morning in the day of the life of a CEO? Do you have any particular routines? I know I have mine, but I'll save mine till later. Saki, over to you.
So I think that is sadly enough to say, I start the morning before I hug my newborn with looking about the numbers of yesterday. This is where my eyes goes first. Then, of course, there is a running of the morning. I used to run 3-4 times a week. And then I take my coffee. So this is the routine before I'm entering to the zone of the workday.
Hey, Robert, what about yourself?
I think that that depends. It's a selective routine in the sense that I spend my time divided in several places. So they tend to vary, but I have set routines for each and every place. So I have my family in Spain and I myself live in Malta. So whether I wake up in the morning alone or whether I wake up where the family lives or in a hotel room, they all look a little bit different, but I second Sachi's first things first is that you tend to look on the phone what's happened overnight business-wise and then some news and then get some sort of exercise in, either be it running or swimming or something like that, and then get on with the day or actually start the work routine, which would be trying to dust off as many boring tasks as possible while you still have some sort of focus, and then get on with actually doing more forward-leaning work.
That's an important question. I mean, one of the things I always tend to do first thing in the morning is, check the numbers from the day before, make sure that everything's aligned and how it should be before actually starting my morning routine. And unlike yourselves, where you're drinking coffee, I'm straight into the tea like a good old Englishman. Okay. And then, where possible, get on the bike, try and do an hour on the bike before going to the office or working from home, as it is at the moment. When you talk about different routines, I mean, is there a different way in which you do shift your tasks between morning towards afternoon as your attention span wavers during the day? Is there anything that our viewers can take from this?
Well, for me, it's clearly that I try and get, as I call it, administrative slash, if I'm very honest, extremely boring tasks, but still mandatory tasks out of the way as soon as possible in order to focus on things that I enjoy more, which would be call it creative meetings or strategy meetings or talking to the staff, anything related to driving the business forward that, kind of gives you energy. Because one thing I know is that if I save the boring tasks to last, they tend to not happen. So,
and so
it's actually the same with exercise. If I decide that I'll do my exercising after a day of work, it tends not to happen also.
Yeah, I can align with that one.
So when I calculate and plan the day, usually I start the meetings only after 11 o'clock. I want the first few hours to go over the emails to see if something is a little bit urgent and popping, maybe to do some calls to some key employees in the company to understand how the day is planned for them, to just get a grip. And I can say that I'm approaching the day with having mainly 2 or 3, like the most important things that I need to do. That I know that if the day will pass and I didn't do those 2, 3 things, so it's a wasted day. All the rest is important, but as Robert said, there are a lot of jumping tasks during the day. But if I will not complete those 2, 3, this is a wasted day. All the rest is a bonus from my perspective. So this is how I try to prioritize during the day.
Making sure that you hit at least those achievements and then you've accomplished those items. Yeah, my list normally has about 4 things on it. Actually, there may be the odd day when I don't hit all 4 for sure. But I mean, yeah, within both of your cases, the companies are mainly centrally focused in the European time zone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah,
if you look at least if you look at where the staff is located and the communication with the staff, that's correct.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we have a slight challenge there from my perspective is that across Glitner Group we are approximately 140 people, and of that group, a large proportion of those are across different time zones. So in the morning, as much as one would like to focus on particular tasks, it's also very important to make sure that you keep that communication going. So I often have many calls early morning, and then also many calls late at night, and make sure that the family time comes in the middle, around the dinner time, and that's the sacred time. You've got to make sure that work-life balance is there. And how are you trying to enforce that within your routine at home?
Yeah, so when I am home, then the time when the kids get off school until basically they go to bed, I try, with the emphasis on try, which kind of doesn't succeed that often, but at least minimize the amount of time on the phone and the answer to emails until the kids go to bed, and then try and get an hour or 2 in of dusting that off before going to bed. And in previous jobs where I actually, before entering the iGaming business, I worked in the gaming business, the traditional TV. I worked for Electronic Arts, and headquarters was in San Francisco. So I had this bad habit of putting the alarm at 3 in the morning and go up and work for 2 hours so that I could hit some of that stuff that's coming in the inbox and then go to bed again, so that you could basically save a days of work and have a quicker turnover. So I think you just need to adapt to the situation. And I think, everything is always dynamic. So a day in the life of a CEO, I think, they don't tend to look the same every day either.
I totally agree. Saki?
I think that, if there is the time before the COVID and during the COVID, and I think that there is something, although it's pity and it's not that fun to have this COVID around us when we walk around, but I think there is something magical for the kids and family that if you work from home, you're able to be with them in the morning before they are going to school. You are able sometimes to eat lunch at home because you are at home. And if the kids are coming back from school, so you're able to be those 20, 30 minutes with them when they are coming, just to receive them and then going back. So you are much more, instead of a call to them, during the day. You have those 3-4 minutes with them. I find it very much beneficial for the life, family work balance, and I think that it's a good concept for the future.
And how do you both manage to enforce the same kind of culture within the workplace? Just now you've emphasized the elements that are important to yourselves from a work-life balance perspective. How do you do that in the workplace with your colleagues and team?
So, I moved to Madrid a few months ago, 3 months ago. So the coffee with the team I miss it. We had a routine coming and at 8:45, drinking the coffee, the Sicilian coffee below the office, and then again at 4 o'clock, and I miss it. So what we try to do from the beginning of the COVID is to have those coffee breaks, some of them online on Zoom. So we have all the management and some of others that are jumping into a specific times during the day and the week. And this is it. This is the name. It's a coffee break. And we try to talk about a lot of stupid things during this 10-15 minutes to try to take our mindset outside. So this is how we try to do it right now.
Yeah, I mean, I recognize that, and we try also to hold online events that are not necessarily related to work in that sense. But there is a challenge with the work from home as well, and building culture. I think, we as an industry, or many industries, was faced with the challenge of, being quite focused on building company cultures, which we still should be, but we kind of forgot to a large extent the step we went from building strong company cultures to working from home. The challenge is now to adapt, and I think we just have to adapt, because working from home won't go away. There might be a balancing out, but we need to now go from building a strong company from home. So you have that element. We switch from basically to almost ignoring company culture. It was replaced by working from home. So now we need to kind of be able to do both, and there is certainly challenges in that, as I say. And of course, at the moment, the rules are so swinging up and down, but I think going forward, we need to kind of get that mindset going that how do we build company cultures while working from home? I don't sit on any genius answers, but that's certainly a challenge that I say, because engagement levels in a Zoom call is not the same engagement level as a stand-up meeting in an auditorium or in the kitchen, where you can go through things and people have a natural dynamic discussion. Raise your hand over team meetings, and we had this morning with our company a Tuesday team meeting just to go over things. But what you get is that the interaction and discussion around certain things. I mean, we announced the letter of intent to acquire PMG, which is Matching Visions and the Vonix software yesterday. And normally you have that kind of conversation in the kitchen. There will be a lot of hands raised, questions asked, and within a team meeting, you have one or two people potentially asking a question, but that dynamic discussion just doesn't get really flowing. And I think that's a challenge of how we work nowadays.
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of some of the challenges, I mean, this industry, one of the reasons I love it so much is that no 2 days are the same. For budding C-level candidates out there, or budding CEOs, you must have some tips and tricks of how you manage the fluidity of the gaming business. Maybe you could share some of those tips and tricks, and some of the ways in which you manage the different challenges that we have every day as a CEO.
Aha, you wanted to put that, my friend. Thank you.
I want to take some of the notes.
That was a rugby pass, I think.
I know that.
I mean, I just keep. For me, it's about eye on the prize in terms of being able to kind of shut noise out and keep priorities straight. It can be quite challenging at times to kind of choose what to ignore, because I think that's kind of one of the key things. I think it was Steve Jobs that once said that one of the strengths of Apple is to be able to say no to good ideas and just focus on the great ideas. And I think that's certainly part of the challenge, is to keep focus.
One of the things that I learned throughout time is that there are all the time a demand for a meeting in the company, a meeting about this, a meeting about that, let's discuss about this. And all of a sudden we found ourselves with, in a few hours in a day.
It's like you have too many screens in your company.
We don't have a lot. So you have 7 meetings, 6 meetings a day, and it's much more than is needed. So my suggestion, and this is what I implemented in the last 3-4 years, is to try and limit the meetings to not more than 3 hours a day. And if it's a busy day, so maybe 4 hours, because you need those 4 or 5 hours just to think, just to interfere, to allow yourself to manage also the day-to-day and not only the meetings, because if it's a back-to-back meetings, we will find ourselves jumping into things at night because we are working 24/7. So my tip is to limit it, and I know it's not easy, but it's the same concept as what Robert said, to decide where you're not participating. Only 3 hours maximum a day.
Yeah. One of the, coming back to the task list that you mentioned right at the beginning there, I mean, one of the things that I normally do is to make sure that the tasks, I actually assign time to each task during the day, just so that I know that if meetings are requested, then I don't put the task to one side. So I know that I get these 3 or 4 tasks actually completed by the end of the day. So the time is blocked out in the calendar. I'm being told that we only have a couple of minutes left, actually. Time travels so quickly. One last question, I think, and that is, recently last week you just gave quarterly reports. Now, there's a lot of challenges in terms of preparing for those. Maybe you could just have a couple of words on what your focus is prior to a quarterly for those people that are in the audience that may be preparing to go public.
So from the CEO point of view is mainly to go over, from my point of view, is to go over the CEO letter. This is where I put my focus on, of course, to read the report, but to focus on the CEO letter and the presentation at the end to the investors, that it will zoom out what the main things that you want them to understand about the company. So presentation and the CEO letter, this is where I put my eyes on.
Robert, very briefly, I'm afraid.
Yeah, but that's the same. It's the core message of the report that needs to shine through. Whether of course, as Sachi says, that usually comes through the CEO words as well as the presentation, and it's kind of building that red line through the story that should also tie together with where you're telling that the company is going in the future. So it is, call it if you want, focus on the storytelling and kind of, yeah.
Absolutely. Okay, gentlemen, our time is up. Thank you very much for your time this morning. I hope the viewers at home and in the offices have enjoyed this session. I have very, very much. Thank you for your time. Everybody have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ideas start with an impulse. A desire of a notion. That unstoppable urge to create something extraordinary. Get your project started. International.
The future is now. The future is now. The future is now.
Ideas start with an impulse. A desire of a notion. That unstoppable urge to create something extraordinary. Get your project started. iPoint International.
The future is now. The future is now. The future is now.
Hi everyone, I'm Simon. I am the CEO and co-founder of Fast Track. I'm really excited to be here today to have this opportunity to talk with all of you about one of the most important changes that has happened to this industry since we went online. I've been in the industry for about 15 years and predominantly in the operator side. And So when we started Fast Track, obviously I moved over to the supplier side. I love everything about technology. I read up on everything there is to read about, and I am very involved with my tech team at work, and you can call me a proper geek. I've been working with a wide number of things in my career, but predominantly with product development and innovation. And I have a particular interest and passion for operational scalability. I have a real problem when I find something that is not working properly. I just have to get in there and try to fix it, whether it's a broken process or a broken product or just something that doesn't look right. I am dedicated to help our industry in transitioning into the next stage of the digital era. And together, we will fundamentally change how we operate and how we deliver value to our customers. A true source of inspiration for me and in my work is this, Formula 1. Formula 1 is the pinnacle of motorsport. I had a huge interest in Formula 1 already when I was a kid, but that has grown over the years. And one of the first things that comes to mind is probably the cool cars, the drivers, and the different car brands. But for me, it's really been about the art of engineering. Every single detail that you find on a Formula 1 car has been placed there for a reason. There is no room for dead weight. There is thousands of hours of technical engineering and in order to place that particular part in that particular place. It's so elegantly composed, and as soon as you start kind of bending these laws of physics is where you find a lot of beauty, at least I do. Whether you're a fan of the sport or not, you can't really ignore what it represents. It's the pinnacle of efficiency, teamwork, process, technology, and innovation. They strive for perfection, and there is no room for error. Even when you're looking at something that everyone familiarizes themselves is the pit stop. They go off track and they try to change their tires and refuel their car. It's quite a phenomenal moment, and the world record for a pit stop is 1.88 seconds. Believe what goes into doing something like that. Behind these drivers, though, each team has 2 cars and 2 drivers. There are hundreds of people working behind the scenes with one common goal, and that is to win that race. But why am I talking about Formula 1, and what does that have to do with what we're here to discuss today? Well, I'm going to get to that, but first I need to go through a couple of other things. The iGaming industry is facing a completely new type of challenge today. And this is to get rid of that operational debt that we have built up over the last decade. We need to achieve operational scalability. The next natural step in the digital evolution is for us to deliver truly personal experiences and services. And in order to achieve this, we need to work with automation and machine learning. The problem is that we are not really set up as organizations to work with automation and machine learning today. And that brings us back to the operational scalability. The very same thing that makes us operationally inefficient is the one that is blocking us from doing automation. Our daily operational tasks and daily routines, you might think of, is very, very inefficient. So take things like game releases, communication, translations, bonuses, segmentation, or player analysis. They are very time-consuming, and one of the main reasons why that is because of the vast amount of tools and platforms that we work with. To achieve operational efficiency, we need more streamlined processes. To achieve automation, we need central orchestration. This means that we will kill 2 birds with 1 stone simply by working in fewer and smarter systems. Formula 1 is a phenomenal example and an inspiration that we should look up to when it comes to get things to work closer together and get the most out of every component that you work with. We are now talking about the digital transformation. Digital transformation is different in every business. If we would look for some kind of a common description, it would probably be something like the integration of all the digital technology into every area of our business to what I said earlier, fundamentally change how we operate and how we deliver value to our customers. What does that mean for us? And if we try to translate this into the gaming industry, what does it mean? I will give you a first example. The most important is the one central orchestration. There is no industry with so many back offices as the gaming industry. And let's be honest, if the industry could be up against an award for the number of back offices that we use, we probably have a pretty good chance of winning. As mentioned previously, this is one of the most important blockers. We need cohesive processes and strategies that joins our team together and puts our business systems and become integrated to each one another and speak to each other. In many cases, it has been different systems for each team, but one must communicate to the next. This is an important part of our digital transformation. The second one is the fundamental change that requires compliance safeguards. Many of us are working across multiple regulations today. Each market has their own regulation, and there is tons of policies and processes to keep up with, and it can be very costly to make a mistake. It is scary how vulnerable these processes actually are, and we need to build technology that is going to help us overcome this challenge. We need to be blocked from making mistakes in the very tools that we are building from, and we need to adhere to the policies and processes that needs to be integrated to our business environment. It's all about eliminating pain points. Another fundamental aspect that the digital transformation brings is the cultural change. We need to continually challenge the status quo, experiment, and we need to be okay with failure. All of these things are going to benefit us, and we will be focused on improving rather than maintaining. Your staff and our staff will be more happy because they will actually be able to do the job that we hired them to do. We know we're doing well when we can say that the majority of our time is spent on improving rather than maintaining. Some of you might think that it's too late. Is it? Well, me and my team has been speaking with hundreds of operators over the last year. And I can tell you one thing, this is the right time. We are entering into a new era. And in not too of a distant future, we are going to see some operators separate themselves from the pack. The first group, they are going to continue as nothing has happened. They will go into new markets, they will enhance their site experiences, they will integrate new content providers, just like before. The second group, however, they are going to invest in their tech. They will do that with the main focus to achieve operational scalability and enable the organization to work with automation and machine learning. They will come down with investments and slow down on things that they have already started investing with and capitalize on what they already have. They will develop cohesive strategies that goes cross teams, and walls will be torn down between teams, and we will work closer together. They will work actively to consolidate into data systems that are central. They will reduce the number of back offices that we use as a business. And whilst the first group might be the short-term winners in this race, the second group will dominate in the long run. There is no room for inefficiencies and repetitive tasks in our modern reality. And this is our ability and focus on investing on this internal infrastructure is going to set us up for the future. In this aspect, we have a lot to learn from Formula One. They do it really, really well. But what does the future hold for us who are successful in this transformation? Well, in not too distant future, we're going to start running self-optimizing campaigns. The only thing we will need to do is set an objective and a constraint. Automation platforms will ensure that the right player will get the right offer at the right time in the most receptive way, receptive channel, and it will do it in a responsible and safe manner. All the channels that we work with will be fully integrated, So it doesn't matter whether you see a display ad or if you get a message on your phone. Everything is going to be as personal. Our teams will be focused on the creative part of the process and use a scientific approach when they build content libraries and run experiments rather than being focused on execution. Our site experiences will become truly individualized, and the vast amount of content that we built up over the year will be perfectly fit to every individual. Machine learning and artificial intelligence will be a core and fundamental part of everything that we do. The winners of this race will be the ones that invest in operational scalability. With other words, we need to adapt or die. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to you today, and I'm wishing you the best of the continuance of this day. Thank you very much.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to another fireside chat, this time with the rather provocative title of Forget Gambling and Learn Entertainment. My name is Jesper Kärrbrink. I'm the I'm the chairman of Green Jade Games, Seego, the Danish operator, Pariplay, the tier 1 aggregator, and Internet Vikings. And here today, I'm sitting here today together with Dylan Slaney from SG Digital. Could you please introductions?
Yeah, hi guys. Great to be with you today. Hope you're enjoying iGaming Next. As Jesper said, I'm Dylan. I run the casino division here at SG Digital, and looking forward to chatting with Jesper and you guys today on this very interesting topic.
Yes, and please, this is a chat between me and Dylan. It's not one moderating the others or not one interviewing the others. Absolutely not. And we are welcoming questions from the audience. I think there's a routine for this, so you can just send them in, and we will choose the best one or the most funny ones or whatever comes in. We'll take them further on. But I would like to start this with some data points, and if we look at speaking to some of the operators, we start to see, or some operators are starting to see, that there's declining number of players in the 18 to 25 segments. So it's not growing as fast as it did before. We also have data from a company in the US called Synergy Blue saying that 93% of the population, of the adult population, have played arcade, video, or casual mobile games. And 79% of the people are saying that if a casino game was more like a video or a social game or an arcade game, then I would play more. And then another 84% said that if a game required more thought, strategy, or skill to play, the player feel it does or might up the chances of winning. So, Dylan, my take of this is quite obvious. We are missing a large part of the population in our casinos.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's many studies, okay, that have started to look at where the 18 to 25 population are spending their time, okay. And I think it's an area that, from an industry point of view, that we need to look at more. I take esports, okay, and the stats and the numbers that are coming out of esports at the moment are just frightening in terms of the growth of the number of people, right? So things like 500 million fans tuning into tournaments, roughly split 50-50 between casual and enthusiasts. 2023 is expected to be something like 646 million. In Q3, Twitch streamed 206 million hours of content, up 15% from Q2, and something like 30 million viewers watching the virtual Grand Prix that happened during COVID, right? So we know that there's an appetite from customers, from players for entertainment experiences, and they're after a variety of different things at the moment. Esports being one, peer-to-peer play on things like Xbox and PlayStation, other areas where we know that kind of like core cohort of 18 to 25s are spending a lot of time at the moment. And I think it's, from an industry point of view, we need to look at those industries and we need to understand the reasons and experiences that they're having through different kind of like entertainment mediums, and see what we can translate and push back into this brilliant industry. Because I've said for a while, for me, the iGaming, casino, sports betting place, it's part of the entertainment experience, okay? And it's part of the entertainment mix, and it's part of the broader entertainment industry. Absolutely. And whilst there's things that we can do, we need to look into those other verticals, I think, to find cues and nuances and bring back into this brilliant industry that we all love.
Exactly, and there's foundation for this, because people are gambling. That's there are also data out there showing in Sweden and the Nordics, where I know the numbers the best, approximately 6 to 7% of the population are playing slots. Yes. But we know that 65 to 70% of the population are gambling or playing for money somehow. They are pool games or scratch tickets or lotto or lotteries, etc., etc. And I actually think it's more than that, because when I speak to some of my friends, they say, I never gamble. Okay, but you bought that scratch ticket. Yeah, but that's not gambling. So the 60 to 70% is there. So there's people want to gamble. People don't mind gambling. At the same time, if you take the sport books aside, but if you look at the pure casinos, we attract 6 to 7, or say 10% of the population. So isn't there a huge room for us, as you're saying, finding the games that are appealing to the esporters or the younger population growing up with other games? There should be an opportunity in this.
Yeah, absolutely, and we definitely see it in places like the US with, I think the likes of DraftKings and FanDuel, probably bringing a different demographic of audience into US sort of like digital casino play from the traditional land-based players that have gone digital as well. Those players are wanting different experiences. Okay, if you can draw a line, and we can see that the traditional sort of like land-based players that are going digital want those traditional type of games, but the top sort of like 10, 20 games from a land-based casino that's gone digital is very, very different from what the games look like within a FanDuel and a DraftKings. And that skill base that you talked about is definitely there. It's definitely something that they are migrating more towards. Table games as well, with some kind of like twists, is something that, again, those those players that are moving from probably that type of demographic have a resonance to a different style and different type of game, and I think we're seeing the genesis of that in the US and also in some other European markets as well.
Good. I mean, this brings we're already coming in questions here. And there's one question that I really would like to address here, and that is to stay competitive. Does the iGaming industry need to radically innovate to keep up with other entertainment platforms? And we can both answer that one. And I would like to start. And for me, yes, that's a super simple yes on that question. And innovation, for me, innovation, what we're doing with slots today is not innovation. That's iteration. We are just making good slots better and better and better. And there's nothing wrong with that. We'll come back to that later. It's actually fantastic. But we also need innovation. We need to innovate to the new games. And that's basically why we started Green Jade Games. I mean, we have put some games out there like our Candy Prize, which is a classic match free with a bet element. Every move is a bet. We're coming out to Casino Blocks now, one of the most popular puzzle games out there, and to that we are adding an element of a casino, the thrill of playing casino, because every place of your puzzle pieces is a bet in itself. So, and we see this as a starting point. But what do you see there, Dylan? Is there an opportunity for these kind of games where we merge entertainment, pure entertainment and skill with gambling?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think, look, the answer for me on the question is, do we need to innovate? Absolutely. Okay, but I think it's the right type of innovation. We see a lot of content now coming into the casino space. Hundreds of new games a month, and when you look at the resonance with players of the things that are really sort of where players are really connected to and are keeping in their consideration set beyond one day of play of a new game, it's those games that offer something different. Whether that's a new mechanic, whether that's a real kind of like innovative new look and feel, whether that's something in the bonus game that plays to I think the cues that we're seeing from other industries of something different being more entertaining, and rather than just the kind of like standard way that we know, and we know that players like those kind of like standard kind of like slot games, but players are looking for something more. We're continually looking at different ways to innovate. We took some cues from the peer-to-peer play with something like Jackpot Wars. And we're seeing some great engagement stats there, and thinking about next iterations of what that needs to look like. But it takes time, it takes investment, and it takes a lot of courage, I think, to invest in true innovation. And there's some great things that we're seeing from around the industry at the moment with people trying to push that boundary and to make the experience, I think, brighter than what it has been historically. And I commend any supplier, any operator that's trying to push the boundaries, because that's what keeps the industry moving forward, and that's what other industries, whether that's esports, whether that's PlayStation, Xbox, whether that's Netflix, they're all moving the dial forward, right? And we need to continue to do that to stay relevant, first and foremost to the people that love this industry today, and then also to attract the next generation of gamers into our business as well.
I'm really glad you're saying all this, Dylan, because that's basically what Green Jade Games is about. And coming back to the stats, that we also see that these games has a longer play life. People who likes them stays much longer if we compare them to the slots that we are developing as well. There are data in there that shows that entertainment has it drives retention. It drives longer session times, etc., and then combining this with the thrill of a slot, then you could get both. So, but at the same time, we have to, looking at this one, it's also quite clear to see that the slots players love their slots, and I think we have to respect that. And I'm not sure that you can ask the question: are slots player per se interested in innovation? Or, I mean, for me, the slots today it's the best ever. They have never been better than this. They are amazing with the sound, the graphics, the math, and everything in this one. And I think we should continue developing this as well. I see this as basically two lines. Don't give up slots. It's a fantastic business. It's a fantastic entertainment for a lot of people. But then perhaps we should rather see, as FanDuel and those are doing, they're broadening the scope with other type of games as well to get the larger player base coming into the casinos.
Yeah, no, 100% yes. I mean, look, there's been a tremendous amount of iteration on the core slots games that we know, millions of players around the world love and play responsibly, and that needs to continue. This wonderful device and industry that we're in, offers some great challenges, but also some great opportunities, right? To make this an entertainment experience of choice from a digital casino point of view. And there's lots more iteration that we can do on this device that we're now, I think, starting to play. And whether that's sound quality, whether that's quality of production, you can definitely see over the last few years there's been some great strides that have been made within that space, and that needs to continue, because there are millions of players globally that love to play in our industry and play responsibly, and we need to reward them with new iterative experiences. And again, there's lots of great work that operators and partners are doing around the globe to make that true, whilst also thinking about the next generation and what they need, and continuing to move the dial forward from an innovation point of view.
Good. Another company I've come to think about when we talk about this, and that's Evolution, to see how they have developed and actually evolved the classic casino games into a lot of entertainment with their Lucky Wheels and the Monopoly games and things like that. That's also, and they have succeeded, massively succeeded. And I think I take that as a proof that there is, if you do the right products, and there is an audience out there who wants to broaden this perspective. It's not just table games anymore, but it's also more of a folky entertainment games. And yeah, we can see that as a sign, I suppose.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think again, it's to your point that started, right? The data and insight will show us the path forward, right? There's some great stats. Plug in tomorrow's iGaming next session that we're going to start to talk about in terms of some of the things that we see from the players that play on our platform globally. And there's definitely signals that players are giving us as to the type of things that they want. There is definitely a cohort of players that love Live Dealer, and the brilliant innovation that Evolution and others are doing in that space is great to see, and pushes the boundaries even further. There are core table games players that love playing the traditional blackjack, roulette slots that have been around for a number of years, but there's still great innovation that we can do there to really enhance the kind of like experience that they're getting from those types of games as well. And not every slot player is the same, okay? And we need to provide the plethora of experience that slots players need, from those that are kind of like light enthusiasts to those that are real kind of like casual players that kind of dip in and dip out whenever they feel like they want an experience from this industry. So we've got to look at the data, and the data will tell us the types of things that these enthusiasts and the casual players need and want from the experience that we need to provide.
Perfect. And as you heard Dylan hinted there, he's also on the panel tomorrow. So this is a mid-program advertisement for that tomorrow. Don't miss Dylan tomorrow as well. We're going to move on to Netflix. But before that, I really have to answer a personal question here I got. Why does Jesper have such a sad printing behind him? Yeah, that's a very good question. This actually hangs in my office. It's from a talented Swedish artist. He painted that around 2008 when the financial market was totally going south. So I have this as a reminder that other times could come, so I better work hard. That's the reason of this painting in my office. Another interesting question coming up here that we should actually talk about is, should the iGaming industry see other entertainment platforms like Netflix and Amazon Prime as direct competitors?
You know, this is something close to my heart, so it's
mine too. But you start.
It's a question and something that we've debated many times before. But my answer to this is absolutely, and the reason why is this device. Okay, we know that around 81% of the bets that we see on our platform are taken via a mobile device. It's where people are spending time, and where people are spending time on the mobile device. I want to understand the reasons why, and take as many cues and signals from that I can to improve what we do and improve the overall experience that players have within this industry. Netflix for me is just a great example, because there used to be another similar competitor to Netflix called Blockbuster, and we don't talk about Blockbuster anymore because they went bust by essentially not following what their customers wanted. And Netflix did. Okay, they were a DV distribution house that then turned essentially the data and insight that they had into being one of the world's, if not now the world's leading content house and entertainment platforms. I want this industry, and I want us to be a part of a Netflix model rather than a Blockbuster model, and that's why, for me, because people are spending time there, and because there's great insight to what people and our customers are doing, and great insights to what Netflix do and how they manage their platform, how they manage their mobile experience, is something that I think I personally want to learn more from, and I think as an industry we can learn more from as well.
I agree, and this is all about entertainment is leisure time.
Absolutely.
And every person has a certain amount of leisure time, and that's what we're competing about. And either it's Netflix or Amazon or going to the cinemas or spending times outside, etc., etc. This is leisure time, and it's the leisure time you don't spend with your family. It's your private leisure time. So it's just getting more and more limited here, and we have to stand out to compete with this. And once again, back to, for the 6-7% of the population playing slots, we already won that battle. But with the new age groups coming up, more used to the Netflix, spending more time there, we don't see them really pick up on our games as before. That's where we back to this, where we need to introduce more entertainment into our games. But then it's quite interesting to see, because I meet a lot and talk to a lot of operators, of course, and everyone says that we're going to be like Netflix. And I used to tell them that you already have the same business model as Netflix. Perhaps you don't perform it as well or execute it as well as they do, but they are a portal for good films and series. Yeah. As an operator, it's a portal for great games, whether they come from NetEnt or SD Digital or Evolution or Green Gen Games. It's a portal. And it's a matter of how you treat the customers within that portal. There, Netflix are experts. Some of our operators absolutely are. But there's one big difference, and this is, I would really like to bounce on that topic for a couple of minutes. And that is that Netflix are also producing their own content. That's what made them successful. That's what made them stand out. That's what made them, I have to pay that subscription because I can't get that content anywhere else. And they made some, I mean, they started with I mean, they have some fantastic own content. So it's basically, the hits are House of Cards. It's perhaps one of the most famous ones. It started one, yeah.
Absolutely.
And then came a president, and they couldn't do it anymore because fiction couldn't live up to reality. But that's another thing. And in my opinion, there's basically only one company doing a pure Netflix model, and that's the Danish operator Sego. They're operating Spill Nu and Lyckos in Sweden. They have 85% of their content is in-house produced, and it's for them only. Yeah. They don't sell it; it's their own, and the players loves it. And the retention numbers there, I've seen them. I'm on the borders. I see the retention numbers. They're amazing. The EBITDA margin is almost 50%, not 15, but 50. So they done this, and is that, when we talk about being in Netflix, is that what we should talk about? Finding, or is this a trend? Will more and more operators go into that segment where they actually become a Netflix, where they do their own hits and where they do their own content?
Yeah, I think it's twofold, right? So there's definitely, and we can see from the data, right? There's definitely a need for what I call localized content, right? So whilst players play content globally, we can see in the data that certain games and certain style of games, certain types of games definitely resonate locally, and whether providers can provide that kind of niche across all markets, or whether operators need to look at that. I think that's a great discussion, and there's different models within the industry today. From our point of view, okay, we have a platform that we talk about is very, very similar from a Netflix point of view, although we're not B2C. Okay, we're pure B2B in the way that we talk about it, which is we make our own content. We allow people to build on our platform, and then we also connect in brilliant content that operators and players love. And it's, for me, it can never be an or, it's always got to be an and, because players don't just play my content. Players just don't play NetEnt content. Players play a plethora of content and have a good amount of content within their consideration set. It'd be nice to sit here and say, no, players only play our content, right? Even on our platform, we can see that. We can see that there is massive crossover between different genres of slots, different types of slots. Again, not every jackpot player is the same. Not every slot player is the same. Not every table game player is the same. So I think the model needs to be what's right for players, and what we want to provide is the best content. We obviously want to produce the best content, but we're also cognizant to know that we don't always produce the best content, and there's lots of great content providers out there, and that's where the platform and access and the Netflix model, as we talk about it, comes in, because then we want to provide that kind of like access so that players and ultimately our end customers at the moment, operators and their players, can have the best experience from our platform and our content.
To some extent, I totally agree with you, because there's a different business logic into this. But I also think we will see a trend of more and more operators actually investing in their own house of cards, or whatever you call them, because that's a super strong retention tool to have something that no one else has. And of course,
absolutely,
long term, if this hits through, both the companies like ours developing games, we will need to change our business models or invest even more in larger titles, etc., etc. And on that note, are we flooding the market now? Are there too many titles out there? Because there's a lot of people saying, yeah, but Netflix is coming with a new series every day. Yes, of course they do, because when you've seen one, you don't re-see it again. I have like 2-3 films that I can see like 4, 5, 6 times, and yes, there's some Bond movies, there's Fight Club, there's Matrix, etc. Because they made the genre somehow. But otherwise, you never see a film again. It's like boring. But the game I can play for hundreds of times, and it's still fun. Are we releasing too many games today?
Well, look, a great question. My view, yes. When you just look at the amount of time that goes into the production of a game, and to really get what we talked about at the start, right, to get the production quality as good as it can be, and as good as it needs to be to, I think, compete in the broader entertainment space, then absolutely, the numbers, 200, 300, 400 new games that are coming out, every month is just it's just a crazy amount of content. And we see within the data, 65-70% of players might sort of like dip in and play the game once, but then don't have it in their consideration set. And the drop off and tail off now of games from a game decay point of view is frightening to see the amount of the amount of, I wouldn't say wasted innovation, right, but money that's going into games that don't get into that sort of like consideration set. And there's a balance. Okay, we need to keep players entertained. We need to keep them rewarded with new content. We see on some of our biggest franchises, when we put new content out in some of the biggest franchises that we have, we can reward existing players, and we can also bring in new players that never played in the franchise before. So it's balance. I think the amount of content that's out there at the moment, the amount of noise around content, is probably too much. And I think operators are are wading through a sea of kind of like decision making of what content to take, where to place it, and a lot of content, I'm afraid, goes out on day one and doesn't get into consideration set, which is not good long term, I think, from an industry point of view. So balance, we're probably at the top end at the moment in terms of too much content, and probably need to bring it down to get the right content for the right players in the right areas to really kind of like reward and retain players from a medium to long term point of view, not just short term games.
No, I totally agree. My view is also that we are flooding the market right now with more games than needed. We should also absolutely have a variety of games. There should come new games all the time. But this is on the brink of being ridiculous, basically. And we also have this. I mean, we see this when we players don't even spend enough time to hit the bonus round. It could take like 60, 70, 80 spins to get in there. But they do a couple of spins and then they jump to the next game and then they jump to the next game. So it's also from a producer's perspective, they are not playing your full game. I mean, and that's quite interesting. So yeah. But that's a challenge. That's a challenge for the industry. But also that's something that's probably will sort itself. I mean, this is right now a last man standing competition. They're going to be of course, a number of game producers out there, but still, I think I agree with you. We are overflooding right now.
And regulation, right? Regulation will probably have an impact. Will have an impact on that as well in certain markets, right?
Definitely. And on that note, will regulation drive more entertaining games, or will it stop more entertaining games?
I hope it's the former. My fear is that it could be the latter. Okay, it's the numbers that we're seeing in places like in Sweden, in Germany, even though we've not fully implemented the regs yet, don't bode well from an overall, I think, health of the industry point of view. And it's balance, right? We know it doesn't matter what stat that we look at, that globally, 98.5, 99% of people play in this industry responsibly. We need to protect the vulnerable, and regulation is good to protect the industry. But it's also balance and fairness, right? To allow the majority of players that we know play in this industry, that love this industry, that play responsibly, to allow them the freedom to play within their boundaries and limits. And it's that the industry needs to, I think, get together more to really tackle collectively, not just market by market, not just reg by reg, but really get our heads together to protect the most vulnerable, to provide the right responsible gambling tools that are needed to protect the most vulnerable, but also to allow people the freedom to play in this brilliant industry.
Good. I agree. And I really hope that regulators can see that the more entertaining games, the arcade games that we are making now, they're a bit more friendly. You not get into that super soon at the same pace. You can play them a bit slower. You can play them a bit longer time. So this is entertainment. I think this is important for the industry, that we can show that we have both these kind of games. We have the super fast slots, but we also have a bit more of a playable and slower arcade games into this, even if there could be some fast arcade games as well. We have a question here, and I'm going to take the second half of that question. What impact will streaming entertainment have on the casino games' performance and awareness to reach new demographics? I personally think that's a great question, because this is a way, I mean, streamers are actually the bridge into the new generation where streamers is a natural part of daily life. When I start reading my newspaper in the morning, my kids are starting their streams, whatever it is. So and they are a different generation than I am. So I totally believe that streamers and streaming content of games, or while you're playing, etc., will have a huge impact on attracting new players into our industry. Dylan?
Yeah, 100% agree. I think it's again, it's about the certain types of player, the certain demographic type, player type, whatever it is you want to call it, that want to see that type of content and will be attracted from it. Again, if you go to the 206 million hours of content streamed on Twitch from an esports point of view, right? So there is an audience there. There is a player base or a customer base that that like and that are already doing that in other verticals. So why not for this? Why not for this industry? I don't think it appeals to every type of player, but there is a certain type of player where they want to be entertained, and I think the good streamers in our industry do a fantastic job to entertain, to educate, to really lift the bar on how people consume content within this industry.
I agree. And once again, back to Evolution, what they are doing, they are basically streaming their games live. They're playing and streaming and talking. And there's this, I think human beings, we like this human interaction, even though it's over video. And during the COVID period now, we have learned to do that even more. I mean, we even having these conferences here. We're not even sitting in the same room. We can't see the audience or anything. And this works perfectly normal today. So I think streamers will have a very, very strong impact, as you're saying, on how we're playing these games or how we are selling this game or marketing these games in the future. Good. We are on a 3-minute call here from our organizers.
Let's keep going.
Yeah, we just keep chatting here. They have to kind of pull the plug. So, if you talk more this first person shooter games or puzzle games or match 3 games that we are now turning into, and the industry is slowly starting to turn into casino games, where will these hit first? US, Asia, Europe?
Well, I think, look, great question. I think it will hit globally. We know that there's a tremendous demand in UK and Europe for that type of innovation, and and players are there and will resonate with it. US, it's a new audience. There's only 3 or 4 kind of like iGaming states that are around at the moment, but that new audience is probably coming from 2 different markets, right? The traditional land-based sides that are moving into digital, and then there's like what we call the fantasy sports side, which is probably, like we said before, has got a younger demographic, but definitely demand in the US. And Asia is it's an interesting market, right? We know that there's again some tremendous numbers that are being seen in places like Japan and India. So yeah, I think look, there is a global customer base that's out there. I think it's from within the industry's point of view now to find the right nuances that appeal globally, the right games that appeal globally, but also then to have that kind of like that localization where things may take off in Asia that don't resonate in the US, things may resonate in the US that won't take off in UK and Europe, and we find the balance and blend to give players the entertainment experience that they desire.
I agree. I mean, we have launched these games in all markets right now, and you are right. It's a global phenomenon. But right now we see a pretty strong pickup in Asia for some of the games, and it seems like arcade games they play this for generations now. It's not only the young kids, but it's only the older people have been playing these games for quite some long time. So my bet would be that we will see a faster pickup in Asia. And then Europe and US will probably come same. But still, you are right. This is a global phenomenon. We want to have more entertainment. And I think we as a gaming company need to supply more entertainment. And with that, we are done here today. So from me and Dylan, thanks all for listening. Hope you enjoyed it. If you couldn't get enough of Dylan, you can see him tomorrow again. Me? No, you can't. But I really
come and join us.
And a pleasure. Yes. See you all. Bye.
Take care. Thanks, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Maltese government, it is a privilege addressing such a prestigious event aimed at generating a well-informed discussion on the future of the iGaming industry. We can only build the future by standing together. In these challenging times, Malta has taken the opportunity to strengthen its iGaming industry. Whereas other economic sectors have been hit negatively due to the pandemic, Malta's iGaming industry has been the most resilient. And while we continue to march forward, our vision remains one in making Malta a home of gaming excellence. This is a project that encompasses three fundamental pillars: iGaming, video gaming, and esports. Malta is not a newcomer in the iGaming industry. We were amongst the first jurisdictions to start regulating gaming back in 2004. 16 years on since the beginning of this journey, Malta's iGaming industry amounts to 13% of the local gross domestic product. Today, the industry boasts 7,000 direct full-time jobs, and we are aiming to fill more than 800 vacant posts in the coming months. Our track record is the basis of how we are aiming to broaden and diversify our economic portfolio. This is being done in the video gaming sector, as witnessed by the inauguration of the NARC headquarters in Malta earlier this year, and via numerous trade missions aimed at welcoming and aiding video gaming companies in setting up shop within our shores. In present times, Malta is home to 15 companies in the video gaming and esports industries, employing more than 200 people, with a potential to increase these numbers to 3,000 in the coming years. This is in line with the Maltese government's forecast of increasing the current economic value of the esports and video gaming sectors from 0.1% to 1% of our local GDP for the next decade. The esports sector is rapidly gaining ground within the industry with a projected annual growth rate of 14%. During this year, Gaming Malta hosted virtually the ESL Pro League seasons 11 and 12 that attracted a record of 163 million hours of viewing time. Gaming Malta also partnered with Hype Sports Innovation and hosted the Global Accelerator program aimed at boosting esports startups during the first steps of their business ventures. This partnership portrays Malta's commitment in becoming a home of gaming excellence and reflects our position as the ideal destination for both new and established esports companies. However, we will not stop here. Next year, Gaming Malta will be launching an incubator space for video game and esports startups to flourish and strive in becoming a story of success. I fully believe that the iGaming industry represents a radical departure from the status quo. In a world that is getting digital every day, the Maltese government is embracing this industry as a key stakeholder in our vision of creating a digital Malta. We are not resting on past achievements, but ready to go the extra mile by being a digital bastion in Europe and beyond. And in this age of acceleration, now is the time to celebrate the resilience and do mentality of the iGaming sector. Being one of our strongest economic allies, we were, will, and shall remain your home. Most of all, Malta is open for business, and I invite you all to be a part of our project. Thank you.
Hello guys, and hello everyone at home. Today I'm really excited to present our new shareholders to iGaming Next. Lasse Marsog, Tim Heath, and Robin Eric Reed. It's really excited for us to have you guys a part of our journey. And as we now move forward, we'll start launching some really excited projects together and trying to take the iGaming Next into the future of media and events, basically. But Robin, I'd like to start by asking you, COVID-19 possibly changed the conference space and conference landscape forever. Who do you think will emerge as the winners and losers in this situation?
Hi, Per, and thank you. And let me just first state that I'm equally excited to take part in this with all of you guys. I think we have a fantastic venture and contribution to the iGaming industry ahead of us. Very good question, and it touches the very basis of why I wanted to partner up with this. I think the conferencing space is up for disruption. What's sure is that the land-based conferences is going to come back with a vengeance. I think people are tired of sitting looking at each other from through screens and through distance. And the day the world opens up again, it's going to be amazing. And we're all looking forward to that. Now, in the interim, I think we're going to see something that is going to change. I think the event and conference space in the meanwhile have moved online, and those who's able to capture the form factor of online, those who are able to bring value to online, are those who's going to be able to build a brand. And when the conferencing market comes back in person, it's going to be those who's able to deliver value both online and in person, who's able to bring the credibility, the warmth of meeting each other in person, but also the recency and the frequency of meeting online that is going to take the space. And I think iGaming Next is perfectly positioned to do so. So it's really exciting to be part of it.
Thank you, Robin, and equally excited to have you on board, of course. Tim, I'm curious to ask you. I mean, you're a professional investor, and you know, since COVID, the event sphere has undergone, you know, an absolute slaughter since COVID happened. So, why choose to go against this, and why choose to invest in an event company right now?
Thanks, Pierre, and likewise, very, very excited to be a part of this journey. I suppose for us, we love disruptive technology and investing in that. And I think trying to find the medium between what an online event looks like and an offline event is the exciting part of what is to be disrupted and actually taking it forward. You guys have all been to ICE and Sigma and SBC and all these events for the last 10 years. They're all the same. We all love going to the events and talking face to face. And I think it's a hugely important first step in a relationship building. Then how do we take that on the next? How do we then continue that business negotiation on a Zoom, on a sort of technology basis? So I'm looking at how we merge the two together, still having that friendly banter in person, but then taking the negotiations on forward. And just, I love the podcast you're doing and really providing some thought leadership for the industry. I think that's an important part of what you got from an event, but now finding that sort of cohesion between offline and digital is the disruptive way forward. And I'm looking forward to being a part of doing this.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. It's been great to get to know you via Zoom as well, but I hope that we can have that
a beer.
In person soon as well. Last one, I mean, you've been a part of this journey in a way, you know, been around this concept from the very first day of our inception, and you have your own personal history with iGaming Next, actually. So I want to ask you, like, what does iGaming Next and iGaming Idol and the other projects that we have mean to you personally?
First of all, I just have to echo what you all said. I'm super excited to take part of this venture, and I think iGaming Next has come to represent a lot for me, such as forward-thinking thought leaders and innovation. But my very first encounter with iGaming Next was actually through the brand iGaming Idol. And this was back in 2017. And I was working for a smaller operator, and we didn't have much of a budget for competitions. But iGaming Idol really stood out for us. For the first time in our industry, at least, a competition would reward the people behind the successes and not the companies themselves. And as a smaller operator back then, I don't think we had very high hopes of getting shortlisted in any categories or actually winning them. But we felt that it would be a great and good and positive exercise to send in nominations and show how much we actually appreciated each other. And the screening process that followed was more professional than I have seen before. And the judges were actually senior people from a line of different competitors. And in the end, not only did our small company manage to get the most shortlistings, but we actually won a very prestigious award. And all this without us being previous customers of iGaming Next, without us buying expensive tables, and without us buying ad space or something similar. So to answer your question, I would say that the brand stands for a very high integrity and trust for me.
Yeah, thank you for that, Lasse, and I appreciate that. Obviously, it's something we've been working hard on during the last year. It's certainly something we intend to continue working with the high integrity, thought leadership, and trying to take this space into the next level. So once again, I'd like to thank all of you, and I know that we are in completely different parts of Europe, all of us, except for me and Lasse in Malta. So hopefully I can see you guys soon in Malta or somewhere else.
Looking forward
to it.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Hey guys, so welcome to the first little break we're going to have today. So now you're going to hear a little bit more from myself and Pierre. We're going to go through a little bit what we've been hearing today and also mention some of the live comments and questions you guys have posted. So we're halfway through day one. It's been a great day so far, hasn't it?
It's been a fantastic day, I must say. It's a really great insight from a lot of great speakers.
Absolutely. It's super smooth. Nothing's going wrong yet. So we've had, a fireside chat with yourself to start the day off. We've had a panel about the life of the CEO. We had the presentation from Simon at Fast Track and the fireside chat with Jesper and Dylan. And now we heard a little bit about your investor panel. But what are your general initial thoughts about what we've been hearing today from the different panels and presentations?
Yeah, great, Alice. It's been an interesting day so far, and I've been sitting here taking notes. I've been reading the chat. I've been participating myself, and it's quite interesting. I mean, I love Todd's fireside chat. He was talking about how he wants to now create this new genre of hybrid games, not live games that they've done with Evolution, not the typical game productions that you've seen with NetEnt, but combining the two and kind of creating a new genre. And just knowing Todd, it's just very exciting to see what will come out of that when he gets to kind of play with these type of things. And fun as well to see his collection of board games and video games behind him as well. He talked about Duck Hunt 2, is that the next game maybe for Evolution?
Yeah, he had many games.
yeah, interesting. So that was a great session with Todd. And I mean, then I really liked the day in the life of a CEO panel. And Alice, we spoke about this before the show. That this is a session that we are both really curious about to hear. I think we are both young professionals kind of thing, and interesting to hear kind of what goes into being a CEO.
Exactly.
Because I think it's not as glamorous as you might think. Always,
exactly, and I think it's so relatable to hear something like this because. As you said, we're sitting here, we're all kind of wondering what does the life of the CEO look like? And, it's nice to hear them talk about a typical day and kind of the fact that they always have to be online and balancing their job with their personal life as well. So, very interesting.
Exactly. And I think sometimes you see a lot of CEOs that they kind of become their title. You know what I mean? Their personalities change to become their title. And I think that is the scary thing of going down a path like that in a professional life. It's having so much pressure on you, especially if you're the CEO of a massive organization where, you have so much pressure from shareholders, so much pressure internally from your board, who are constantly bombarding you. And so you end up kind of becoming the title. And I think that's something, if you want to pursue that career, I think that's something that is important to be aware of, right?
Absolutely, to find that balance, which can be hard.
Yeah, exactly. Also, I heard as well that Robert mentioned that Acrowd, his company, they signed a letter of intention to acquire Matching Visions. He mentioned yesterday the Matching Vision with Dennis, dear Hansen, a really good friends of mine. So if you're listening, Dennis, I really want to give you congratulations on that. Really, really cool to see. So so very cool as well. And the chat has been active.
Yeah, the chat has been active. So as we mentioned in the morning in our welcoming speech, this is an interactive event. So we want you guys to be as interactive as possible, ask questions, even just make a comment. So the plan is to just go through these comments and questions throughout the event. And we want to do some of that today. So if you have a question or a comment that you want to post, you can do that now. And then we will read some of them out loud now as well. That's the plan. Yes.
Yeah, let's do it now. Yeah, it's great. I mean, it's great. We are here now. So,
yes.
So I really love actually there's Tala, let me see if I can get his name right. I'm sorry to butcher it. I always manage to butcher names. But Tala Yivanian, she mentioned the CEO panel were talking about how you should do boring tasks first. And she gave the analogy that, yes, it's like you should eat the frog first. when you have dinner. I love that comment, actually. It was fantastic.
I wonder where she's from, speaking about the frog. And
Yeah, exactly. Where maybe France, maybe?
Yeah.
But it's been some really great comments in general here. I love the fact that we brought up the painting of Jesper. He had like a really sad painting behind him.
Yeah.
And we got the answer to that. That it was not like our friend here, Lynn Pierce de Freitas. Lynn, she had a theory that the painting was there to make Jesper look more happy.
To make him look happy and to motivate him. That was the point of that painting.
That was
so
the
keep commenting, guys. We're going to keep bringing these comments up. But yeah, next we have some next insights by Calvin Eyre, who's going to speak about using Bitcoin to run your online business. So enjoy that, guys.
Hello, everybody at iGaming Next Online. I'm talking to you from Dubai, and I hear that people in the online gaming industry are curious about why I'm so committed to a particular protocol in what looks from the outside like it's a protocol war. Originally, when Bitcoin was first invented, it was designed to be the world's most powerful data management tool, most powerful that the world has ever seen. Of course, it did payments as well. And the white paper actually focused more on that. And that was obviously because that made it easier to understand the platform to people that didn't really understand it, but also being able to value data using microtransactions, frictionless microtransactions, actually is one of the superpowers that makes the original protocol the most powerful data management system that the world has ever seen. Now, unfortunately, what's happened is a lot of other people got involved. They took the technology or the philosophy of the technology in their own directions, and that's great. I wish them all well. But they can't help the online gaming industry. Digital gold narratives, whatever that even is, it sounds like nonsense to me. Speculative casino exchanges where you've got 1,000 or 2,000 different tokens that all could do exactly the same thing, nothing. That's not interesting. Payments using a digital platform, that's interesting. But what's really interesting is the ability to use the original protocol and only the original Bitcoin protocol, which now is only BSV, to actually run your business. An online gaming company can get involved in this platform and start to find pieces that they can put in and not only make their business run better, not only have value added, but they can also decrease costs and increase security on their platform. And oh yeah, just like it says in the white paper, you can also use it for payments. Over to you, Jimmy.
Hi everyone, it's Jimmy Nguyen. I'm founding president of Bitcoin Association. I'm here to lead a fireside chat about blockchain and how it can entice the iGaming industry. Joining me to talk about this very important topic are two leaders in the Bitcoin SV ecosystem, Matt Dixon, who is CEO and founder of BitBoss, a gaming technology company in the United States based out of Colorado. Hi, Matt.
Hey, Jimmy, how are you?
I'm great, thank you. And also joining us from Toledo, Ohio, I believe, is Philip Runyon, who is founder and CEO of Hold Gaming. Hi, Phil.
Hey, Jimmy. Good to see you after CoinGeek Live. Excuse me.
Yeah, it's great to see you both again. So we're here to help educate the audience at iGaming Next about how to both embrace the power of blockchain technology, and more importantly, what it will take to get the iGaming industry to more actively use blockchain, because it's been a topic of discussion in the iGaming world for quite some years. But I think more people are waiting to see adoption of blockchain as well as digital currency technologies. So to help us understand your frame of reference, let's talk about each of your companies and what they're doing in the blockchain space. So I'll start with you, Matt. Tell us about BitBoss and what you're doing with blockchain.
Yeah, so BitBoss is a real money gaming company. We have two segments that we focus on. One is the platform side, online platform side, and the other side of our business is a device for enabling cashless casinos using blockchain technology.
Got it. And Phil, tell us about Whole Gaming.
Whole Gaming is, we are a skill-based games company. So we do for money play in pre-regulated markets, regulated under the rules around skill-based games. So we do competitive casino games, peer-to-peer instead of playing against the house.
And I know both your companies are interested and are using and exploring further use of Bitcoin SV as a blockchain for powering all kinds of innovations. I want to take a quick moment now to educate the audience watching about Bitcoin SV. It solves a lot of the scaling problems that Bitcoin and blockchains have had for many years, which in my view has inhibited the use of Bitcoin and other blockchains in iGaming and all other industries. So we are one of the main competing chains of Bitcoin. That's what my organization supports, unlike BTC, which has kept transaction capacity very small, leading to higher fees and congestion on the network. Bitcoin SV is comfortably doing 2,800 transactions a second, has an unbounded scaling roadmap to get to 50,000 transactions per second next year and millions of transactions per second in the future, while keeping fees super low. The median transaction fee on Bitcoin SV now is less than 1/100th of the US cent. And as we'll talk about, that is a really key part of enabling the iGaming industry to use blockchain technology at greater scale. So Matt, let's talk about how your company's experience has been with Bitcoin SV. I know you use it now. How has it helped you solve issues for the iGaming industry and applications?
Yeah, so we actually use Bitcoin SV exclusively for our products. Like you said, scaling was always a major issue for us. The volume of transactions that online platforms process in a single day is staggering. Also, the amount of transactions that happen in land-based casinos is equally as large. So that was one of our main concerns. Also, the transaction fee amounts. We're competing against servers, right? Client server architecture. And if we're going to use blockchain technology, we have to make sure that we're on equal footing from a cost basis. And Bitcoin SV allows us to do that. There's several other advantages in terms of double spend prevention. Security is a huge issue in the gaming business. Bitcoin SV has many, many advantages when it comes to security versus traditional client server architecture. And also, one of the main issues that we have is trying to pay content creators and affiliates in real time as games are happening. We pay based on theoretical net win, not based on net gaming revenue. Mm-hmm. That way we can pay people immediately as a bet's happening for their services, for their content, for whatever it may be. And with the advent of nano payments on Bitcoin SV, it's really been a game changer for us.
Yeah, and what you're talking about is a recent set of technology upgrades released by the Bitcoin SV node technical team that opens the door not just for micropayments, 1/100th of a cent even, nano payments and nano transactions to achieve tiny payments, which open a lot of greater efficiencies. Philip, what's been your experience with Bitcoin SV?
I think as far as those are currently developing with the technology, we're pretty new to the game. In fact, we only stumbled upon BSV the latter part of last year. We had, for all intents and purposes, had abandoned our blockchain focus after looking at the various options, and again, a complete and utter lack of speed, scale. Ethereum was our original go-to. A lot of this probably fair conversation, was around utilizing this technology. It was very expensive, so then you had to build a bunch of architecture to sit alongside of it. to kind of function as like a segue to eventually getting to where you really wanted to be. And we were just literally pulling the rest of my hair out and going like, you know, this is it. Like, we just need to get out of this game. And it wasn't until a mutual friend of mine said, hey, I've got this project that we want to do, eventually becoming Veridat, another organization of mine, that we took a much more stronger look at what was available to the market. And it was because of BSV that we re-entered this space to say, hey, we can now get back to where we wanted to be, which is to have a true means of verifying that there was fair play between two players. And that's our initial foray into this space, which is to be able to show that if I play you in a game head-to-head, that our entire layout was, you know, even keel. You did not have an advantage over me. Our decks are identical as per the game Blackjack Fire, one of the mechanics that we have there. And that to us was the biggest thing. It had to be fast and had to be super cheap. When people are transacting it, I'm going to put in 60 cents. You're going to put in 60 cents. Like, if the transaction cost is $4, this is never going to work, right? But being able to transact at, again, a fraction of a penny, to show that when the deck was created, how both players actually played, catching all of those moves in real time, right? And then also the distribution of that payment eventually we'll get to. But just in and of itself, the minuscule costs, the speed in which it operates, you know, was a no-brainer for us to get back down that path of yes, we need to build this. And the end user is really the beneficiary for this first you know, dive into cryptocurrency. And
yeah, that transaction fee issue is something I hear about, as a lot of gaming companies have talked to me about wanting to move their applications from, for example, Ethereum, where with the recent DeFi craze of high trading that happened because people were trying to buy DeFi coins, it hit $14 in gas fees, transaction fees, to send a transaction on Ethereum just in the last couple of months. A couple of weeks ago, I checked on BTC, the Bitcoin BTC network, and it was about $3 to send a transaction. And that continues to vacillate. And I'm sure businesses like yours want both low fees and reliable, predictable fees so that you can plan your business models. Let's talk about what are uses of blockchain technology that iGaming companies should be thinking about beyond just player deposits and funding games. That's what, you know, obviously an obvious use case. But let's talk about the more advanced things that gaming companies should consider and for getting enticed to this blockchain world. Matt, what are some things that you think are exciting?
I mean, I think there's two main points that are happening right now. One is gameplay. You know, blockchains aren't just for, like you said, funding. Blockchains are for actually running gaming platforms, and in particular, Bitcoin SV. If you think about what gambling is, I send somebody money and they either tell me I lost or they send me back money. It is what blockchain was originally created for. With the advent of the larger op return, which is just a way to add data to a crypto transaction on Bitcoin SV, if you get creative, you can make any casino game or any sports book function and run just like it does now on a traditional server. And with that, really, since it's all about security, as you're moving the money on a blockchain, which is the most secure way to move money, when you add the data to a very secure financial transaction, it makes a lot of sense if you think about it. Because our data isn't a lot, right? It's, I want to bet on Banker and Baccarat, or I want to bet on the Lakers, or whatever it may be. It's a very simple, small amount of data. It gets timestamped. It's provable on a blockchain. It's provable to auditors, to regulators, to the player, to the house, to content creators, to affiliates. That transparency, some people shy away from it, but I think as they realize that the transparency can grow and create new business models, they're going to start to gravitate towards it. And then there's a trend going on Bitcoin SV, the tokenization of all sorts of different things, whether it be a bank deposit in a United States bank, or whether it's wrapping up Ethereum and allowing people to use Ethereum, but on the Bitcoin SV blockchain. Once you start to create a system where all the assets in the world become available to somebody in a token on Bitcoin SV, as a gambling company, you start to think to yourself, what's the point of a money transmitter? Why am I paying these fees? I had a conversation today where a platform was charging 8% to the players to move their money onto the platform. 8% just to make a deposit. It's staggering how much money is actually siphoned out of the system by the people who are just moving the money, and the people who are actually taking the risk, who are actually backing up the bets and running a platform and having customer service and all the things that go along with it, aren't making nearly what the money transmitters are making. And we see that as one of the biggest advantages to running a gaming platform on Bitcoin SV.
Great. Phil, what are the best and most interesting use cases for blockchain technology you're envisioning for your own company and across the industry?
Sure. So as somebody who is working towards entering into these regulated markets, so I spend quite a bit of time talking about regulation, talking about problem gamblers. And when you have things like public blockchains available to you, you look at AML and KYC. Now you're on a public blockchain, you verified all of your information. Think of the lack of friction from going to one game to the next that would allow you to be able to easily validate instead of having to input all of your information every single time, creating these individual silos. When you look at problem gambling, which every iGaming, even land-based, gaming entity, they have optics on. This has become a very real thing they have to be very careful about and making sure they're doing everything they can. Opting out, so in the state of New Jersey, as an example, they have 4 different ways to be able to opt out. And even then, you could just as easily go, and it's 1 to 5 years, mind you. But if you need to take a break for 30 days or 60 days, imagine if that worked across all the gaming institutions. And it was just instantly known. It wouldn't be an issue. You can't just pop up somewhere else who wasn't aware that you were on exclusion list. You look at the payments platforms, right? So you have a single wallet, the liquidity. Pay Plus, I was just commenting on the CEO of Pay Plus on LinkedIn, asking him, like, are all these payments platforms, like, are they siloed to the provider? Is it open to everybody? Imagine if we took the App Store approach, which is like, use your money everywhere. It's not a problem. Yes, people would get in and out of games. You wouldn't hold up somebody's $50, $30, or $70 at a time, but allowing that frictionless opportunity to get in and play, to be paid out or lose your money with ease and go, the onus then gets put on to the operator to really get their poop in a group and say, how do we really engage these people and keep them engaged, as opposed to saying, we got your money, what are you going to do? You're going to cash out now, or will you just eventually play it until it's gone? So those are the areas from a regulatory perspective, from frictionless interactions, that I see the true benefits. And of course, yes, how we envision it, which is to show true fair gameplay.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I think the audience should most understand about blockchain that I think gets lost. Blockchain is simply a way to keep records and data. It's a data ledger. And the Bitcoin SV blockchain is one of the main public blockchains, meaning that the transaction history is public, it's auditable, it's verifiable. You can encrypt data so that you can still maintain users' privacy or a company's privacy. But the fact that transaction history, whether it be a payment, a game event, right, in a particular online game, can be recorded to a public chain, and everyone can be looking at the same universal source of truth, so that if someone's been identified as a problem gambler and they need to have a 60-day hold period, all games can access a single source of that information as opposed to different sources. It can also enable the tracking of fair play, because everyone from player to operator can see the game history from the same blockchain. So that's something that when you get your head around that, you can see the real power of blockchain for iGaming. Matt, I know one of the things you've talked with me about before is the ability now, particularly on Bitcoin SV with its nano service future coming with nano transactions, to create better ways to pay game creators for the incentives, for example, are the percentages of house advantage, right? Can you explain to me how you envision that could work?
Yeah, so I mean, there's a very tiered structure in online gaming. There's the operators, there's the platform providers, there's the content providers, there's the affiliates, and there's actually people that aggregate content creators, the aggregators of content. and they all need to get paid. And typically it happens retrospectively. They look at how much the operator made over the course of 30 days. And then they go through a somewhat tedious accounting procedure, wiring money, sending Bitcoin, whatever it may be, to pay these people, or cutting checks the old-fashioned way. And what we've kind of envisioned on Bitcoin SV is that instead of paying people based on the actual win, we pay based on the theoretical net win as the game is happening. So take a game like Baccarat, somebody may wager $1. The house advantage isn't much more than a penny. But then you need to pay, 3/10 of that penny to an affiliate, and you need to pay 1/10 of that penny to the content creator, the people that actually made the HTML5 game. And when you start talking about small payments like that, especially when you start to look at a country like Africa, where the average bet is much lower than other places, how do you do that efficiently? And there's been a change in Bitcoin SV where these like we call them nano transactions now, they were actually difficult to kind of accumulate and process and get paid on in the past, because it was such a tiny transaction that the miners were demanding a minimum fee to process that transaction.
It's worth it for miners, right?
It wasn't worth it. Yep. And now miners are actually going to allow people to accumulate these unspent transactions, these UTXOs as we call them, together, pass them along in one big bucket to the miner, and get back the total that they're owed in one normal Bitcoin SV transaction. So for us, it's huge. It's a game changer for making our business model work. We were always fine if the average wager was $1.50 or $2 or something like that. Now we can start to look at very, very small bets, 50 cents, 25 cents, whatever it may be, and the economics still work for our platform.
And that's especially powerful for iGaming compared to land-based games, right? And what we're seeing is what you've talked about, which is the ability of blockchain technology to tie and connect better all of the players across the industry value chain, who all need to get paid or want access to accurate information about the revenue and the gameplay, from game creator to operator, ultimately to auditors and regulators. To me, that's a real power of blockchain technology, is creating this ability to connect the whole ecosystem.
Yeah, and I think there's one other main point that people need to understand about Bitcoin SV. We all know the problems with Ethereum and the cost of processing a transaction. We know what it's like on Bitcoin, and there's really no way around that on some of these blockchains. There is the process on Bitcoin SV where you can actually go and negotiate for a bucket of transactions. You can negotiate with the miners directly and price your transactions in fiat.
Yes.
So as an operator, I can go buy 1 million transactions for a very, very small amount of money. And I can know, okay, last year I did 20, 30, 40 million transactions. If I doubled that this year and went and negotiated directly with a miner, I could negotiate 30 or 40 million transactions for a number that would be less than what people are paying to host their stuff on Amazon or Azure or wherever it may be. And all of a sudden I have a worldwide network running my gaming platform with easy access, easy on-ramps on the fiat side, which is really spectacular.
Yeah, that's a great analogy, because what it is treating the blockchain essentially as a new form of data storage, but a ledger that also enables financial and game transactions and activity to happen. And you can buy in bulk like you would buy for cloud server space. And that's something really unique to the Bitcoin SV world. Phil, what are things you are envisioning can make the industry more efficient by all of these ecosystem players being more connected on one blockchain?
Sure. I think when you start to look at smart contracts, I think a lot of things that Matt had mentioned really hit the nail on the head. One thing that really comes to mind here is and it was explained to me this way, and I don't know if it's an actual thing, but the Big Mac index, which is that the value of a Big Mac in rural Ohio, versus the value of it in, say, another country is, wildly different. So what we would call a penny slot machine here, a penny in some of these other countries like India, it's not our penny. It's actually a lot more than that. And so I certainly see value in that regard when you start to look at microtransactions, so that these things can scale without, and also again, when you look at smart contracts, it really ties in the bulk of the industry, right? You get every downstream player who has, right, a right to some sort of transaction there. So I think those are going to be crucial in the growth of this industry, to easily accommodate them, where it's not just this kind of like bulk payment later on down the line that you're really trusting, right? The operators say, yes, these are things that actually occurred, but you're getting in real time. I think that's going to be absolutely important.
And how can instant payments really benefit both operators and game content creators?
One thing I thought was really interesting during CoinGeek Live was that Sam from Hero Gaming was talking about the money management aspect and why they may not want these payments to go out right away. And to me, that kind of made me pause for a second, because if your concern is, if I can't pay out these people on a real-time basis, is there a risk there that I wouldn't get paid out at the end of a month or at the end of a quarter? If you can't make these payments, whether it be to an affiliate or to the content creators in real time, is that part of the money management process of being an operator, or is that not an issue? That's something I don't know. It was when I heard it, I labradored, you kind of go, oh, that's interesting. So I don't personally have an answer. It was just something that I thought was a little bit concerning and worth question.
Matt, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, we happen to think that there's actually a psychological effect to paying people instantly as well. If you create a new game and it starts to take off, and you're literally just looking at your crypto wallet, and they may be small transactions, but they're going to start to add up. You just hear the ding, 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 ding. It's the same thing that they do at a slot machine. As a content creator, you're going to see yourself getting paid. And we happen to think that's a very valuable aspect of instant payments. And also, you know that you're getting paid properly. Like you can go and you can check the chain and you can match up what you were supposed to get paid versus what you did get paid, the auditability of it, the ability to check in real time, the ability to see, I had a whale, I was getting paid a lot for my content a week ago, where did it all go? Now I can very quickly check, and maybe, just maybe, as a content creator, there's something there, there's some way for me to contact the person that was playing my game, and I can cut something off at the pass much quicker, as opposed to looking back a month or 2 months behind and saying, oh, where'd this guy go? And he's already gone. Now, with the instantaneousness of this, from a marketing perspective, there's a lot that can be done.
Yeah, and you've mentioned several times the auditability and the ease that can happen if transactions are happening on chain. Let's talk about how this will make audit reporting for gaming companies easier for their own auditors as well as for gaming regulators. Do you think this is going to actually create more audit confidence in all the reporting companies have to do? What do you think about that?
So I just recently spoke with one of the testing facilities, GLI, and from their perspective, their business is not to limit people's ability or content creators' ability by blockchain, right, or any technical restriction, right? And so I lump them into the regulatory body because they do have the final say with other small areas about these tribal communities where you get the yay or the nay on whether or not your game gets to go live in those jurisdictions. And it was a really interesting conversation where, they need the tools, they need the resources to better understand. For the most part, the things that are related to blockchain technology that have come through have not been very like not really like pushing any boundaries or forcing them to kind of address what the nuances of the industry are that may keep these types of products out. I would say that, again, being things that are public and encrypted, any sort of backdoor that would be allocated to these regulatory bodies to say, yes, this RNG, which has been sitting here since the date which it was approved, and this par sheet for this game, which hasn't been changed, like you can do the checksum on, on the back end and get the accurate number that should be derived from here. These things will all be streamlined, right? I mean, because it's readily available. You're not really, okay, well, we got to go hop in, check out, new jerseys and make sure that this particular game, because as I understand it, every game has to be looked into. It gives them this very massive backdoor to, run these types of checks and services to make sure it's working as it was signed off on, right?
Matt,
I mean,
what's your feeling about this?
Yeah, I mean, there's once again, the blockchain can create new revenue models for all sorts of different companies. You could literally just look at historical data on the blockchain for a particular slot machine and say, did it come close to playing like it was supposed to play? Was the return to player 5% like it was advertised and told to the regulators, or was there some kind of anomaly and the return to player was, a couple percentage points less or 10% less or something like that, right? You can really start to see if there's any cheating going on as a regulator, and you can analyze it in real time as it's happening. And to us, and it's not just to us, it's to society, right? Microsoft and Google aren't waiting around to look at data that's 30 days old. They're looking at data that's 5 minutes old, and they're trying to make decisions based on that. And when you start to take all this gaming data and you start to put it on a blockchain in real time, people can make better decisions. It's the speed of the economy now, and you either keep up or you're going to fade off into the distance. So.
Yeah, that's a great point, and that's really a lot of the power of blockchain technology is the data capacity that it provides and the access in real time to data to demonstrate both truth and make better decisions. The ultimate message of Bitcoin that I want to leave the audience with is that it is the combination, the fusion of data and money. It's right there in the word bit, data, and money, coin, together. So it is using a technology system to be able to transfer data that has money value, that gets infused with money value, and allows much better decision making. So Matt and Phil, as we wrap up here, why don't you tell our audience what they can expect from your companies coming in the next year, and also where they can find out more information about you. Phil?
Okay. So our next big thing is to actually roll out our guaranteed fair play engine, which users will be able to, without having to interact with any sort of blockchain scanners. We'll have a very simple UI that will allow you to see when your deck for your challenges are created, how you played, and then eventually how your opponent played, which will hopefully clear up the customer service queues of concerns of, hey, did I play a bot or did I play a real person? I think you scammed me. Which is very prevalent in the world of skill-based games. I don't know if you noticed, but Andrew Paradise and Skills, they are currently being sued for about $6 million for fraud. We want to make sure that every time you play one of our games, there is zero question as to whether or not you got a fair shake, that you played a real person, and that the results were exactly as you as the player created them.
Where can they find out more information about your games?
Wholegaming.com. Thank you.
Gaming.com. And Matt, what's up next for your company?
So, our major focus for the rest of the year and into early next year is to roll out our cashless gaming for casinos. It's a simple word. It's somewhat misunderstood. There's always been this regulatory push to make people get up from a slot machine, walk to an ATM machine, insert the ATM card, get cash, and then bring the cash back to the slot machine. With the advent of COVID, Nevada has authorized cashless gaming, which means you can use a cell phone, sweep money out of your bank account onto your cell, and then use your cell phone wallet to deposit onto the slot machine. We actually started working on this concept before COVID, before it was kind of in vogue. Blockchain makes a lot of sense for it, and we'll be going for approval here in the very near future. All running on Bitcoin SV. You can find more information about that product at bitboss.io, bitboss.io. And we look forward to showing the world the power of the blockchain in real money gaming.
And that system is called Bridge, is that right?
That's called our Bridge system, yes, exactly.
Yeah, check it out. I'm very excited for it. I think it's going to be a great way to allow not just a cashless casino experience, but give casinos and game creators more information, data about how players interact with the games, and allow so much more to be done. So I want to thank both of you, Phil and Matt, for joining me today and talking to the audience at iGaming Next about why they should be enticed by blockchain technology. I think they should check out much more information about Bitcoin SV in particular by visiting bitcoinsv.com or my association's website at bitcoinassociation.net. If you have more questions about how blockchain can be useful for your iGaming companies, please don't hesitate to contact us. Thanks, and enjoy the rest of the conference as you take iGaming to the next level.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Ideas start with an impulse, a desire of a notion. That unstoppable urge to create something extraordinary. Get your project started. iPoint International.
The future is now. The future is now. The future is now.
We're here today for our fireside chat on the evolution of ideas, focusing on how to create and sell profitable and successful ideas. My name's Blaine Grayboys. I'm the co-founder and CEO of GameCo, and we focus on bringing together video games, esports, and regulated gaming. I started my career in film and TV, and then video games, and then esports. And it was really that work in esports that started about 8 or 10 years ago that led me to the ideas around bringing video games and esports to the casino industry. We were lucky to be timely, and we were the first company to put out skill-based games into land-based casinos in the US. And we've now expanded online into iGaming for regulated markets and esports betting. And I'm excited to connect with you, Mats, and have this conversation about how we create and proliferate ideas. So thanks for joining me.
Really, really nice to meet you, Blaine. So my name is Mats Westerlund. I'm one of the co-founders of Quickspin, and I currently do mostly consulting and investment and some advising as well for different companies. I started my career in video games as well, and moved to casino games in 2006 when I joined NetEnt, when it was a very small company. And I worked with sort of evolving how to produce slot machines. At the time, they basically had none, and that turned into the core business of the company, as you may know. And then after a while, I left and started Quickspin together with Daniel Lindberg and Joachim Timmermans. And that's basically it.
That's great. I was just thinking, you know, when we were kicking this off, how interesting and dynamic the world is. You're in Stockholm, Sweden. I'm in Joshua Tree in the desert, but we're able to connect and have these kinds of conversations remotely and have so much shared ground too. I remember when we first chatted, I think about a week ago, I thought it was really interesting that we both came from the video game industry and, you know, found our way into the casino and regulated gaming industry. And, you know, maybe it would be interesting for the people that are watching and joining us, just for us to, you know, talk a little bit about that journey for each of us of, you know, moving from video games into the casino industry, and, you know, maybe what each of us have just learned about, you know, ideas and business, you know, pros and cons and similarities and differences between those industries.
Yeah, I think it's. I mean, I can start if you want to, but I think for me it was interesting because when I was working with the video games, I mean, it was quite big projects, as you know. Basically, I had a team of, I don't know, 100 to 300 people that was producing like AAA titles, and it was a long journey to get a game ready. And I thought it was a lot of fun, but I never really felt super happy about it. I wanted like shorter projects, and then after a while, I got sort of tipped off about this job at NetEnt, and I figured, I mean, if I can produce video games, casino games, going to be the easiest thing in the world, and it's going to be short projects, and maybe while sort of waiting for something more interesting to appear, that was going to be a good way to go. And I think, I don't know if you've had the same experience, but I mean, this was, I don't know, 15 years ago almost. And back then, the technology for the casino games weren't, I mean, superior, I would say. And I tried to sort of make the slot machines more video game-ish, which I think you are doing better nowadays, Blaine. But it was a total disaster. I think that was one of my biggest fails. I think to think that I could just walk in as this big time producer and do my stuff and just, I mean, take over the industry. So I think I had a few years of just, I mean, missing the target, basically. I mean, we were doing decent games, but I learned over time that both that, I mean, the casino player is not looking for video games in the sense that I was thinking they were, at least not back then. I think it's different now with new target groups, younger target groups. But also I realized that thing that I thought was going to be just a short step away from the video games and onto something else was actually the most interesting thing I've done in my life. I after a few years, I started to understand casino games and slot machines, and I mean, the passion has never stopped since. It's like, it feels like I learn something new every day when it comes to slot machines, even though it's such a like a small product. And I don't know what you think, Blaine. I mean, it's been more recent for you to take this step to the casino industry or iGaming. So what?
Yeah, well, the two things you said really touch with me. One is that you thought it would be easier, and I definitely thought it would be easier too. I always say it's really hard to make a great video game. It's really hard to make a great gambling game. So therefore, it's just that much more difficult to make a great, as we would call it, video game, gambling game. And then, you also just touched on something that I think's really important that I registered as humility, learning something new every day. And admittedly, when I started making our first games at GameCo, I didn't really understand slot games or slot players, but also admittedly, I was a bit dismissive of them. A lot of my research with younger people had kind of touched on the idea that now that we have these big multi-line games, playing all these different penny slots, but you're playing hundreds of credits, that people didn't really understand the slot mechanic and why they were winning or losing. And as I've learned over the last few years, that is nothing further from the truth. People that play these games absolutely understand what's happening. It's that I didn't understand how the games were designed, how the math worked, how the symbols worked, how payouts were communicated, what you were chasing in a game, and the idea that you could actually be chasing something in a game that is ultimately randomly driven. And it really took sort of, for me, what I would call the art school process of creative criticism, of talking to players, going and playing a lot of slot games, spending time on the casino floor, and then with online casino, till I really understood how those games worked. And what we always say at GameCo, we have a Venn diagram that's on my office door of the motivations around video games and slot machines, with kind of like an arrow in the middle saying, GameCo's the center of that Venn diagram. And what I always say is it's about the thrill and anticipation of gambling with the fun and interactivity of video games, and the ability to create thrill and anticipation and entertainment value in slot machines is truly amazing. And admittedly, it's taken us and me at GameCo a couple of years of iterating on this combination of the pieces to find what we think of as the right combination or balance between those. But a big part of it was, as you mentioned earlier, the humility to recognize that it wasn't as easy as I thought it was going to be. There was a lot to learn, and that there were people out there like yourself and others that had really pioneered, the online and land-based space, and were just making these absolutely amazing slot games, and that we could learn from that to create better, new, different product in our category of video game gambling. So it was like that creative journey has been really tremendous, filled with a lot of ups and downs. Times you think you're making the best thing ever, and it turns out to be a flop. And I'm sure you've had that. And
Quite a few, yeah.
times that, and times that, you're not sure about something, and then, it turns out to be, really well received and a huge success.
Quickspin presents The Big Bad Wolf. Introducing swooping reels with pigs turning wild. The feature that will make the winning streaks go on and on and on. The free spins bonus is where the real magic happens. Collect moon symbols to have the wolf blow all houses down and get the rewards on the way. Let the big bad wolf blow you away.
When we started Quickspin, you can never pressure someone to pay for real money because, we're obviously dealing with something that some people may not be able to handle. But we really tried for the people that was joining the company to play for real money, and we did some sessions together, like Friday night spins at the company and so on, to make everyone understand that. Like, why am I doing this sort of a near win sequence in the game, and how does it feel? Does it feel good for me when I play the game, instead of me being there all the time telling them, like, yeah, 1 millisecond less on that and blah blah blah. I think it's really good if people people understand it themselves. It's kind of like actors, I guess, as well. You've been in the movie industry, and I suppose you have actors who almost can direct themselves, and then you have actors that maybe need a lot of help, and if they can direct themselves, then I think it's easier to hit the target.
Yeah, well, what that makes me think about is risk. It's so cool that you would, basically risk your next 2 days of, food money to go experience the ride of the games. And, talented actors always talk about taking risks in a role or a performance. And we're both entrepreneurs, so, we've both had the risk of raising and investing capital, and the risk of the responsibility to your employees and investors and stakeholders. And at the end of the day, gambling is certainly a risk-taking activity, and understanding why someone would do it, not just from the financial risk-taking, but from the entertainment component of it. Just as an example, like, I don't like to ride amusement rides like roller coasters, because for me, the risk that anything would happen to me on a ride just isn't worth it. The idea that I would get injured or die on a roller coaster, that risk isn't worth it for me. But I love driving fast cars, and, not afraid to go 175 miles an hour on a racetrack if I can, because, that's a risk that I really enjoy. And for me also, it was about risking my own money playing games. And even though I grew up going to the boardwalk in Atlantic City, I didn't really grow up gambling or around gamblers in that sense. And so it really was only in sort of the second year of GameCo that I started spending my own money going to the casino. At the time, I was living at Palms Place, which is part of the Palms Casino in Las Vegas. So I was very lucky. I could just take the elevator downstairs, walk across the way, and play my own games, put my own money in the machine, decide how much risk I was willing to take, sit and talk to other players and understand their drives and motivations. And for me, that was really what unlocked my understanding about the creativity and the innovation in the games, not just GameCo was making, but as an industry that we're making. And I think it's so interesting to think about, like, what is that creative journey? You know, how do you and I and others as game designers and producers come up with ideas, communicate these ideas? Because in many cases, quick spin or video game gambling, these didn't exist before. So first of all, we have to ideate them. We have to come up with this idea. We have to communicate it to people on our teams internally and externally. You were talking before about the difference in a millisecond, which it's easy to dismiss that, but I think a millisecond in the games you and I are making is a big deal. That is the moment of emotion and thrill and anticipation in what we're doing. So, I thought it'd be fun for us just to talk a little bit about, how we develop ideas, how we communicate ideas, how we sort of parse through what we think of as good and bad ideas. Curious for you what your process is like.
I mean, I tend to do almost the same thing every time I come up with an idea myself. It usually comes from some kind of like alone time, and I'm always focusing on something else, and then an idea just pops up in my head. I can be in the shower, I can be cleaning, or like picking mushrooms in the woods or whatever. So I always need something close to me to write them down. So when it comes to my own ideas, that's usually how it happens. I don't know what sort of the start for you is when it comes to ideas. What do you think?
I guess I would say I'm also intuitively driven. I actually wrote my thesis in college on how Marcel Duchamp, the artist, and Albert Einstein, the mathematician, both used intuition. But I guess the other is I definitely get a lot of inspiration and creativity from experience, particularly playing other games. Looking at artwork is often inspirational. For me, I was a mathematics, sculpture, and philosophy of science major. So I've always been about mashing these different areas together. And we talked a little bit about that last time you and I connected. And so, finding ways to bring things from outside of our space to inside of our space. And then I love collaboration. A lot of the ideas at GameCo, definitely originate from me or other individuals on a individual, unique basis. But we've really started to try to develop a collaborative process. And I'm not a big believer in creativity by committee, but I am a really big believer in creative criticism and feedback and humility. And particularly around, for our games, there's something that I've described from the very beginning. And this gets back to what I was just saying of, in the early days, I didn't understand slot machines. Now I do. And I call it the disconnect between the mental model of how a player understands a game works and the math model of how the game actually works. And the funniest example I ever have about that is I was playing some slot machines at Palms one day, and someone was playing next to me, and we just started chatting. And we got to the inevitable conversation that many slot players have their own mysticism about how the games work. And with no irony, this person said to me, well, see those cameras up there? They're watching us play, and there's someone in a back room deciding if we win or lose. And I said, so let me get this straight. There's like 1,000 games here. So there's like 1,000 people back there watching you and I play, deciding if we win or lose. And he was like, oh yeah, definitely. That's how the games work. And that person had developed that mental model, which is of course completely not just untrue, but implausible. Casinos wouldn't make any money. And for GameCo, I think one of the big challenges that we've started to overcome is that disconnect between mental model and math model in our games. And I think that's where criticism and humility from a group comes in, because if you've designed the game, you know how it works. But now if you're communicating it to someone, a mathematician, an artist, a player, a regulator, an ITL, a partner, they have their own mental model of how the game works. And it's sort of understanding that and then finding ways to alleviate and align that disconnect between the mental model and the math model. And I think the closer we align those, the better a game is going to perform, because the player ultimately needs to understand what's happening in the game. And for me, that's a big part of the process around creativity and communication, is hearing from people how they understand the game works. And I sent you a link to one of our first iGaming games, and it's in no way perfect, but we're starting to solve some of these challenges around communicating, how your skill is a factor in the payout, how the symbols communicate different wins, the fact that there is skill and RNG in these games. And so it's combining chance and skill for the player. But to me, that's all about putting your ego to the side and really being able to listen to people, at each stage in the creative process.
I think you're definitely right there. I worked with like a lot of like game designers, designers basically, who were talking about the probabilities of things, and it doesn't matter if you show it like this, because the probability is anyway, on this side, and you're showing something else or whatever. And I'm like, the players, generally the majority wouldn't care about the math behind it. They just want to have a really cool experience, and as long as you don't like cheat them in any way, I think it's you want to present the math in a way where it's interesting, and not just basically the numbers or whatever. And I think going back to movies, I think it's similar. I think if you watch a movie, like a horror movie, you can always think about the setup and how they play this music and they do these things and the camera is like this and so on. But you don't want to think about that. You just want to like dig in and sort of take part of that experience. And I think it's the same for the slot players. And I also think
you like horror movies?
No, I actually hate horror movies, to be honest.
That's why I was asking. I'm too scared to watch horror movies.
I was actually I was thinking about what you were saying previously as well, as about the roller coaster. I hate roller coasters, but I love driving a car really fast. So I think pretty similar there.
Yeah, that was one of the questions that you and I shared, which is how has your process and style changed over the last 10 or 20 years? And I would say in many ways similar for me in giving people freedom to succeed or fail. But I guess for me a big one has being more vocal and straightforward in feedback. In art school, you learn the process of creative communication and criticism, which is, lead with a positive, but then, dig right into the criticism. And I guess for me, it did take me a while to have the confidence to be that kind of communicator where I could say to someone, great job, but, here's where it needs improvement. And not just a detailed, what I would call punch list of changes, because that gets back to what you were talking about of if you're just micromanaging everything, no one's learning. But instead communicating the punch list of things that you want changed in the game or done, but why? What is the purpose of making that change, right?
The why sort of, I mean, I had to adopt it eventually because of that, and I think the why has made such a difference. Because now I mean, people respect you more as well if you actually tell them why this should happen and so on, because then they understand the change rather than just producing it. I mean, if you just go and say, can you make this symbol more green? They're not, I mean, yeah, they can make it more green, but you have to tell them why as well. I think you're really spot on there.
I guess that kind of leads to something we talked about the other day when we were preparing for this, which is success and failure. More importantly, failure, and how each of our processes and personalities accept and deal with failure. And for me also, what I would say is the importance of failure. I've always had a saying, it's very hard to know why you succeeded sometimes, but it's often very easy to know why you failed, particularly in a product that you develop where you can actually watch people play it and talk to them and get their feedback. And when you keep hearing the same through line of feedback, it's pretty easy to understand, why you fail. But, also just being able to shoulder failure, right? It's not easy when you're putting so much into a product that you believe in and that you have a vision for.
I totally agree. And I mean, it's so important to learn from your failures and just move on to the next game and accept that it happened and just don't do that mistake again. I think it's super important. And I also try when I have like a product cycle, I try to fail as soon as possible. So I really want to prototype my games a lot before I even almost put graphics into them or anything. I just want to have like a math prototype where I feel the game, I play it. If I have the time, I would like to put them on the shelf for a while and then go back to them maybe a month later and look at it again and see what did I do wrong, what could we do better, and so on, to learn from that. But you generally don't have that time, so you just have to like move on and learn from your latest game, I think. But I think it's important just to allow people to feel that it's okay to fail, because I think that's important as well. So people don't walk around and are sort of scared of coming up with ideas or improvements and so on because they're afraid to be wrong. So I think it's good to have a culture where it's okay to fail when you talk about something or fail with some graphics you did or fail with whatever. So within boundaries, of course, you got to be finished at some point. But
I love the idea of putting a game aside and coming back to it a month or more later. I would love to have that indulgence as well. But that kind of brings up, and I guess just to, be really open about our industry, one of the things that I have found is I don't know that our industry is so great at supporting and allowing failure around innovation, partially because we're such a metrics driven business, right? In land-based, it's win per unit and floor average. In, online, it's having that top left thumbnail and, keeping that position. And I do think one of the things I'd love to see in our industry as a whole is finding more room in the industry to allow for failure, because that's what drives innovation and learning. And I don't know that I'll get that indulgence as Gameco's now transitioning from land-based to online. But one of the reasons I'm excited about that transition is, digital space is truly infinite. So I do feel like over the next year or few years, we're going to see online casino operators provide more space and leeway and opportunity for innovation and trial and error and failure. Because at the end of the day, that top left real estate is very valuable, the first icon you see, but having a page or a tab with new different games doesn't really cost anything. And hopefully we as an industry can kind of evolve to allow a little more space for innovation and failure.
I don't know how many times I've said it about one of my games that this is going to be the best game ever. I mean, this is going to be amazing, and then completely fails. And I've had a few games where I was like, yeah, this is just a filler. It's not going to be anything interesting. But I mean, we'll do as best as we can anyway. But we're not really going to push hard on this one, and then it becomes a really good game. And I mean, one of those were Starburst, who's actually, I mean, that's one of the best titles in the industry, and that was just supposed to be a filler, but I had a really nice collaboration with the guys in the team, and they had some really crazy ideas, and I just basically needed to get them right on track with everything, but they did an amazing job themselves. And I mean, we had like a really short development time, and it was really stressful. We fought a lot, but in the end, we were like, okay, now we're done with this thing. Let's forget about it, and so on. And then that game turns into something really interesting.
This has been a really cool conversation. I'd love to, we're going to keep it going personally, but I think for everyone that's watching us, hopefully we've, shared some things about ourselves personally and professionally, and, hopefully given people some ideas around creativity and making, new ideas. And we haven't touched much on profitability, but, I think at the end of the day, if you make great product, it's going to find a path to profitability as well.
For sure, I agree. And I mean, I almost wish that we were sitting next to each other at a bar right now, because I could definitely continue this conversation for a while. But considering what things are like right now, it's probably going to take some time until we do that. But I'm looking forward to doing that at some point, for sure. And
yeah, me too. Either over there, or there's a great Old West saloon right behind me.
Here. Awesome.
Yeah.
I think I'll fly over anyway. That sounds great.
Excellent.
Okay,
well,
thanks a lot. It's been a pleasure talking to you.
And,
yeah.
I hope everyone watching us enjoyed as well. But I really did.
It's been great. Thank you very much.
All right. Take care. Be safe.
You too. Bye.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Your organization is unique. You need a trusted cloud that supports your business priorities, your requirements, and your applications, including the applications you create. Running on Windows or your favorite Linux distribution, and developed using the stacks and tools you love. Build your next generation applications, tackle the toughest problems with Azure, and achieve more today.
Hi everyone, I hope you're enjoying iGaming Next's Adventure of Change. It's an honor to be invited again to talk to you about disruption and the new normal. In fact, over the next 15 minutes, I want to talk to you about the challenging times that lie ahead and how you can gain a technical advantage if you partner with Microsoft. I stood on this stage last year representing Microsoft as a relative newcomer to the iGaming industry. Some of you may recall that there was a cheeky mention of a fictitious AWS casino by one of our keynote speakers. And I still stand by what I said then, and I say it again now, Microsoft will never have a casino offering. Microsoft is a partner-driven business, and we want to help you gain a tech advantage by offering innovative solutions to your customers and helping you gain competitive advantages. We've taken our esports knowledge and brought it to the iGaming industry in a very big way over the last year. As this pandemic has shown, esports is a big disruptor in the iGaming industry. So let's talk about some of the big names we've worked with. One that I'm especially proud of is GreenTube. So the game platform provider came to us looking to re-platform the developer operations. They didn't want to change the source code that they wrote. They didn't want to change the target of the machines where they deployed their solutions to. They just wanted to have agile product release cycles. And they did this in a matter of months by moving part of their portfolio to Azure DevOps. And the order of magnitude of profitability that they gained from that was uncountable, because now they can release products much, much faster than their competition, and they can out-innovate other game platform providers. EGR awarded Kaizen Gaming worked with us on an Azure Databricks offering. Now they took an AI detection system for responsible gambling and they co-developed it with Microsoft and worked with us over 6 months to work on 3,000 plus cases. And you know what the result was? It was 100% carefree, enjoyable gambling experience for their customers. Betson worked with Microsoft with GitHub. And we've worked with GitHub, as you know, being the open source powering of the internet, to enable developers to have that great environment to collaborate. It not only increases satisfaction amongst developers in a company, but it also increases productivity. We're pioneering something called inner sourcing, taking those source code silos and opening them up to the whole company so that you can become more profitable. In fact, you also get added benefits, such as code vulnerability scanning and other protection mechanisms for your code to release high quality code in a secure manner. Intralot have embarked on a digital transformation journey with us, and they are moving LottoX as well as their internet sports betting platform to Azure to achieve new operational efficiencies and scalability. But more importantly, they're looking for an interoperable platform that can take part in the ecosystem that they play in. And Azure has offered them that as well. Bettergy runs a whole gaming platform on Azure. So they're supporting BetKing, the #1 online and sports betting provider in Nigeria. And they're helping them to expand into sub-Saharan African countries as well. Similar to Bettergy, B2B gaming services are now running their core gaming platform for a Greek operator called betshop.gr. And lastly, but not least, I'd really like to thank everything that EBO has done with us to help them support their AI virtual agent, which is running on Azure and using Azure machine learning services. Some of the pioneering technologies that we have in cognitive services as well. So you'll agree with me, over the last year, the world really has changed. Almost 1 year into this pandemic, it's pretty clear that we're not going back to normal. Probably all of you are watching this from home, perhaps from work. We now see that it's more important than ever to be connected. We've done some pioneering work on the COVID side, which is spilling into the iGaming space. We've helped bots build symptom diagnosis. We've helped gather masses of information for adaptive immune response and helped sift through that data to find the diamond in the rough, so to speak. And we've done edge deployments for things like AI cameras, which can do thermal recognition of COVID patients in crowds. And we've also helped people move to a remote way of working. Unfortunately, though, this remote everything is now meaning that we need to look more at our operational resiliency. How can we create a more not only productive environment, but how can we keep the innovation up? Because innovation, unfortunately, is suffering in the new environment without people being able to connect together in a collaborative way. This means going beyond Zoom and Teams, but building up a collaborative platform. In fact, digital transformation has accelerated in these last few months more than it has over the last couple of years. And people are looking to build resilience into their operation. And we are seeing durable trends and not so durable trends. If you look at some of the non-durable ones, perhaps learning and building learning platforms is great, but that will probably fade slowly as we return back to some normalcy in the near future. What is sticking is any automation processes. So people are looking to automation to reduce their cost inefficiencies and to enable the market to move faster and faster. Those will probably stay. So any automation that goes into place, such as DevOps, is a key area where you can win. And supply chain management is another area, as well as financial transactions that you produce using things like cryptocurrencies. So most people would say at this point, every cloud has a silver lining. But we at Microsoft like to think bigger than that. I'd like to show you a cloud that is now working on a planetary scale of empowering every person on the planet to achieve more. And to do that, we're going to space. So I'd like you to watch this clip.
Throughout the ages, humanity has looked to the stars to understand our place in the universe. But how can what we do in space inspire us to solve the challenges we face here on Earth? Now more than ever, we need to find a new viewpoint to envision solutions for the most pressing challenges that face us as a species. Solving climate change, healing economic divides, educating new generations, connecting people around the world. Whatever your mission, it will take new technologies, partnerships, and ecosystems to harness the opportunities, both on and off the planet. We're inspired to help you invent with purpose. Whether your needs are to communicate anywhere, design new satellite constellations, or just gather new insights on the world around you, Azure is the platform for your next mission. In the most challenging situations, we are called to elevate our perspective and deploy our collective creativity to solve our planet's problems. Our greatest achievements have never been made alone. And the small steps we take together today make a giant leap possible for tomorrow.
So there you have it, going beyond the clouds to space. We are pioneering the cloud space by partnering with leaders in the space community to extend our utility and Azure capabilities beyond just a global footprint to worldwide satellite connectivity. In other words, we're going to unblock cloud computing in more scenarios than you could have ever imagined and empower our partners and customers to achieve more. We are coupling with Azure a brand new way of having fast, secure satellite networking anywhere in the world. And this will unleash things like new gaming and artificial reality solutions or augmented reality solutions by complementing our global fiber network of 160,000 subsea miles of terrestrial and metro optic fiber. We've partnered with SpaceX to allow us to produce a new network over Starlink that will provide high-speed, low-latency satellite broadband to what we now call the Azure Modular Data Center. The ability to drop a bunch of servers anywhere that we want or anywhere that you want to bring compute to your customers, to bring it to your geography. Our approach is to supply a multi-orbit, multi-band, multi-vendor, cloud-enabled capability with a comprehensive set of satellite capabilities. That, coupled with the modular data center, I think, is going to give you a great secure connectivity to our hyperscale cloud. So having a look from space, let's drop to the depths of the oceans off the coast of Scotland. Project Natick, back in 2018, meant that we took 855 servers with 27 petabytes of data across them and sunk it 117 feet below the Scottish seas. When we brought those servers up not so long ago, we actually realized that only 8 of those servers were defective. Our failure rate in water is only 1/8 of that which it is on land. And the great thing about this story is sustainability. As part of Microsoft's global commitment, we are now pledging to be carbon negative by 2030. The company will shift by 2025 to 100% renewable energy. Now, if you have a look at our global footprint, since the time we spoke last time, which was around about 54 data centers, we now are up to 63. And if you look at Europe alone, we are bringing online places like Spain, Italy, Austria, Poland, and more importantly, Greece. We've invested heavily in Greece by actually committing to upskill 100,000 workers in digital transformation technologies. That is over and above the building of a data center, which is now going to offer you low latency, high speed connectivity to Azure's compute and global network. Those data centers are run with the utmost of security. In fact, we have 3,500 cyber engineers keeping that system up and safe from cyber attacks. In fact, we receive 6.5 trillion global signals a day, and we invest 100 billion annually into cybersecurity to make sure that your data is safe. And on top of that, we operate with the utmost of compliance. We comply to 90+ compliance certifications, which allow us to make sure that your data is privately held and entrusted with our confidential computing. One of the greatest services I think released this year at Inspire was Project Synapse, which we now call Azure Synapse Analytics. It's a limitless analytics service that brings together the enterprise data warehouse with big analytics. We call it the data warehouse evolved. It gives you freedom to query tens of millions of rows in your databases on your terms, in using either a serverless environment or with pre-provisioned resources based on open source. All of that at scale. Ingesting, preparing, managing, and serving your data immediately in BI for your machine learning needs. Now, I'm sure all of you are familiar with Microsoft, and Satya Nadella mentioning that Microsoft loves Linux. Well, it doesn't stop there. Our contribution to OSS is to embrace it now. We have some of the greatest minds in the open source community working for us, like Brandon Burns on the Kubernetes side, but we also are the greatest contributor to open source on the planet. Open source is now a first-class citizen on Microsoft Azure. More than 50% of our servers, which are virtual machines, run open source workloads. Now, they can be virtual machines, or they can be fully managed PaaS-based services like Postgres or MySQL Hyperscaler. We give you the choice to run OSS on your terms. If you have the expertise, run the virtual machines. If you want to use OSS from a managed perspective, let Microsoft run them for you, and you can take the benefits. So whether it's a database or a developer platform, you can bring that to Azure in an open source mind and manner. In fact, you can also bring your monitoring tools and your infrastructure management to Azure as well. I'd like to lastly talk about the partnership that we offer. Now, partnering with Microsoft is all about helping you solve the toughest technology challenges. Our customers are facing and dealing with vast amounts of data generated, and bringing those cloud services and bandwidth to where they're needed most, whether they're in remote locations or highly complex systems, We are experts at doing that. Coupled with our ecosystem of partners, we can help you bring value to this data faster. We're making it easier to find those insights and to make those connections which weren't possible before. So we are ready to support customers on their mission off and on the planet and to use the power of the cloud as well as space technology to help businesses and industries reimagine solutions to some of the world's toughest and challenging problems in your industry. So we're ready to partner with you. I hope you're ready to take the technical advantage. Please reach out to us, and you've got the name of a contact person here, and we do hope to look forward to working with you and have your names on the slides as we work with you next year.
Hi everyone, and a warm welcome to one of the perhaps most anticipated hours of the conference, the Investors Corner, with the topic, the greatest deals and the biggest fails in iGaming. My name is Lasse Mertzog, and I've been in iGaming since 2013. I've always been on the operator side, and most recently I worked as the CEO of Come On Group. But this panel is all about different acquisitions and mergers, and our hope is that you fall asleep today knowing just a little bit more than you knew before on how to make a successful investment and what traps to look out for. For my own part, I've done both good ones and bad ones, but every single time I've learned so much. I have, for example, taken part on the seller side when Mr. Green bought Evoke Gaming, and of course, when the consortium EA Intercenter with Bridgepoint in the lead, who are an asset fund management group, acquired Cherry AB, where Come On Group then stood for the majorities of the revenues. And they had actually delisted Cherry AB after that from Stockholm Nasdaq. And throughout my career, even before joining iGaming, I have personally invested in a lot of startups at different stages, and of course on the open market. And my latest investment is actually in iGaming Next, an investment that I am particularly excited about. But today I will listen and learn because I have the absolute honor of moderating this expert panel. These gentlemen that I have with me on the call have come together to discuss the different deals in our industry, and above all, what they have learned from them, both what to do and of course, what not to do. And the panelist comes with two different viewpoints on today's topic, which will make the panel even more interesting, I think. Andrew from the advisor private equity side, where he has been involved in some huge deals. And Georg comes from the CEO, manager, and perhaps angel investment side. Many of you might already recognize our panelists, but nevertheless, I will let them introduce themselves. Let's start with you, Georg.
Yeah, so George Weston, really nice to be here and talk to you about this interesting topic. So I grew up being quite a nerdy guy, quite a tech guy. I got my first computer when I was 12, and I was so intrigued by the internet when that came along. When I started studying at university, I studied programming. I didn't want to take a lot of loans to do my studies, so I started understanding SEO, how to fool Google in reality. And that's when I sort of ran into gambling. And I understood if I send traffic to these sites, I get strange checks that I need to go to the bank and they're going to look at me strangely. But eventually I'll get my US dollars from it. So that was sort of my first interaction with gambling and understanding how fantastic of an opportunity this is to make online meet the power of online gambling. And after that, I started working for a company called Boss Media, where I learned to build the platforms for the likes of William Hill, and I built the poker product for Svenska Spel, etc. But I've always had this entrepreneurial spirit, so I started a site called Happy Bingo. I knew nothing about marketing. I even went up to Stockholm and just knocked on the door and said, hey, I want to do TV advertising because that must be the shit. So I took my small money that I made from my SEO affiliating and put it into the Happy Bingo project and put some strange TV advertising on it. But it worked, and I've also brought up my SEO skills to make that work. But I also understood that I'm so far very much a tech guy. I know not much about building companies and how to do marketing, etc. So I decided to sell the Happy Bingo part. So that was my first M&A sort of experience. And I moved down to Malta and eventually became CTO of Betsson, which was is a great company. I learned a great deal there on how to run gambling companies. Then I moved back to Sweden. I became CTO of BetSafe, which was an up-and-coming company. That was bought by Betsson after 1.5 years. So that was my second experience of being sort of on the seller side to another company. And then me and 5 other guys decided to start Casumo, which most of you know is a successful gaming operator. So I stayed there for 1.5 years, and then I became the founder of Hero Gaming, where I still work and I still put all my energy into. I'm also a co-founder of a company called Kasumba that was sold to RakeTech about 12 months ago, a small affiliate company for the Japanese market. So that's also some experience from the M&A part of things. And I also have my own company called Maxify that invests in a lot of startup companies. For example, Maxify was an investor in Push Gaming and also other game studios. So really excited to be here. And as Lesson was getting at, I come from the seller side mostly to give my aspect of this interesting topic. So great to be here.
Thank you very much, Georg. And I can hear there's a lot of interesting stories and learnings behind that CV. Very well, welcome. Andrew, how about you?
So I've been 25 years investment banker. Half that time was writing research. The second half was advising companies. And in 1998, I met Mark Blandford when I got involved in the online gaming industry. So pretty much all my career, I'd been leisure and gaming, hotels, pubs, bars, gambling, travel. And it was from there on in that the gambling industry took me. And I wrote a book in 2000 called Bet the World, which was a long-term forecast for how we thought that the industry would develop, the trends and the numbers, the forecasts for where we thought the industry could get to by 2015. And we predicted that, and everyone thought we were crazy, and the industry, of course, did that. So it was right. There was a lot of things that we called right. There was a lot of things we completely missed, like in 2000, no one would have predicted that online poker would have had the boom that it was to have 4 or 5 years later. I then left broking in 2012, and I set up Burleywood Capital with Mark Blandford. We're both partners in the business, and we're in the process of helping companies grow through whatever form of investment that is, whether that's all from us, whether that's helping them grow with others, other investors that we may know, and that's what we do. So for the most part, we're looking for things to invest in, or we're helping people, pretty much tend to be friends of ours who are looking to buy or sell a company.
Thank you very much, Andrew. I have to ask, did you ever see that the poker vertical would have the downfall it had for most operators, at least?
Well, we couldn't see UAGA, but we'd already had a couple of false dawns with the industry in the miscoding and visa issues in 2001. But back in 2000, people on the call with long memories might have remembered a company called Highland Poker. I think were the first people ever into it. And if you told us in 2000 that in 2003, Ruth Parasol would have this gargantuan business, you would never have believed it. I mean, extraordinary times to have lived through all of that.
Exciting times for sure. And before we really dig into the details, I just want to get your view on why we're seeing so many and sometimes massive mergers and acquisitions in our industry, especially lately. For example, we have the $2.5 billion William Hill Caesars deal in the pipe at the moment. We have the $6.9 billion Flutter Stars deal. We have Evolution and NetEnt that we've talked about earlier at this conference. And of course, the merge between DraftKings and SB Tech. And it's all sizes. I mean, we saw Matching Vision. We heard today that they got acquired yesterday and so on. Is this the regulatory pressure that makes it hard for smaller and mid-sized operators? Is it synergies companies can get through a merge and thereby become more effective? Or is it just pure strategic reasons? Or perhaps they're just trying to buy top line? What do you think, Andrew?
I think a lot of it comes down to the interaction of supply and demand. And there's always excess demand for this industry. And there has been even before online gaming. When you look at land-based gaming, very restricted supply because it's such a heavily regulated industry. So that tends to buoy up demand or pushes up the price when there is demand for it. With online, it's all about scalability. And, you know, sex and gambling are always at the front end of early adopters of technology. So when a new technology comes in, historically, it's always been sex and gambling have been at the forefront of it. And gambling has been something you've always been able to play into. So it's always had a roguish type appeal to investors and investment bankers. It's highly regulated. So if you get your investment right and there's a change in regulation, you can benefit hugely. Prices tend to move very sharply. And the best example we've seen of that, which I'm sure George may talk about, has been when you had the enactment of, or the repeal of PASPA. All of a sudden, that potentially led to this increase in supply and valuations changed overnight. Now you've got this huge growth in SPACs in the US is the new route to market. 2 years ago, it would have been ICOs.
Yeah, for sure. What do you think, Jörg?
Yeah, I think you're totally right, Andrew. I was thinking a bit more about the sort of the mid-tier M&A situation. I think there is a pressure from the regulation. There is also a pressure from added competition in certain markets. So it's getting a bit tougher, and that is hurting the margins. So there's an obvious sort of pressure maybe from the listed companies to increase their margins. And there is also another sort of mechanic that you get valued more on an EBIT multiple value on the stock exchange than if you get to buy non-listed companies. So I think that has been a big driver throughout the years, especially Catena Media, for example. An example, I don't know the exact numbers, but imagine you could buy a company for 5 times their EBIT and you get valued 10 times on the stock exchange. That's a pretty natural scenario to continue around that. And the reality is it's never that simple, but I think it's a strong driver in our industry to do that. And also with the added regulation for Hero Gaming, for example, being a mid-tier operator, it gets quite complex to figure out how to navigate in this world, the company structure, the internal agreement, and the legal staff that you have to have on board. I think that maybe makes it interesting for the sort of smaller operators to sell because they get out of that tough situation, or join forces with someone bigger that has those muscles, and you can get scale advantages in those situations.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's almost impossible today to be a small operator and handle multiple licenses, for example. You could perhaps do one really good, but otherwise it's hard. So it's hard to scale if that's your plan. I just want to remind all the listeners also that this is a live recorded panel. So if you have any questions, you actually have the opportunity to send them in, and we hopefully can answer a few of them. I believe both of you have a lot of interesting experience, as we could hear in the beginning, and I think the listeners could really learn from it. So let's start by looking into what you yourself personally have seen and experienced in form of bad deals, and perhaps regrets, if there are any. And is there anything you would have done differently today? What do you say, George?
Yeah, I think mostly about an example from 2011. I mentioned when Betsson bought BetSafe. I wasn't personally involved in the deal per se, and I think you can argue that it was a really good deal if you look at the BetSafe shareholders. They got a lot of money out of it. It was a mix between cash up front and a share component, and the Betsson share went up quite a lot the following 2 years. So that was a good deal for them. But you can see it from the perspective now, sort of it's easy to look back that they made some mistake, Betsson, in this deal, and mostly in the sense that they didn't manage to keep the BetSafe staff on board. So if you just look at now, they could have avoided having Kazuma as a really tough competitor. They could have avoided Hero Gaming that's beating at them constantly if they just would have been a bit smarter in that situation. So what should they have done differently? I think just historically, I remember that BetSafe sort of saw Betsson as the one to beat. So there was sort of that mechanics, and suddenly you were in the hands of the enemies in some sense. That's how the staff felt. And how do you figure out such a situation? It probably needs to be driven with a lot of incentive among the staff. So if the deal would have been somehow made that even more of the staff from BetSafe were part of the sort of the earnout deal or part of the journey moving forward, they could have avoided maybe the Kazumos and the Hero Gamings and those to be created as very powerful competitors over the years.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think it's important if you acquire a smaller company as well, that senior members from that company have to take place in the management team or at least be integrated, because that's the only way. Otherwise, you will lose people.
Yeah.
Very, very valuable. Thank you. Andrew, have you any regrets looking back?
Yes, many. I've got about 5 key points, which I'll rattle through them. Don't be led by advisors' assumptions. I was involved at Merrill Lynch tangentially about 15 years ago in an IPO of a business called Yell.com, which used to do telephone directories. And advisor-led assumptions, I'm not pointing the finger at anybody on this, predicted over the long term a certain growth rate. It didn't take much for the growth rate to be out by half a percentage point or a percentage point in the long term. In the short term, the business to go to zero, which is what it did. So if you're not driving the deal and it's an approach by an advisor, always take a healthy skepticism on the assumptions that they've put in there. Second point would be think like an acquirer before you sell. Take out all the costs that you think an acquirer will take out, and you take them out. And you get the multiple on what you save rather than giving it away. I can think of a couple of interdealer brokers that merged once. Again, no names, but it was a classic example of that. Don't set unrealistic prices. If you do, before you deal with someone, have a think about investment ratchets. This idea that you've got a price for this percentage of the business. If I think you're being unrealistic, I'll give you the money you want, but I won't give you 20%. I want 60%. And when you hit the profit targets that we both agree to, I'll ratchet down to 40 and 30 and 20. So if you hit the numbers that you say you're going to in 2 years' time, I'll end up owning what you're proposing me at the moment. So figure them out, have them in the back of your mind before you start a discussion, because they can actually help get deals done. Due diligence takes 2 to 3 months. You're always at risk when you do in DD. Get vendor DD done before you start. Get an advisor in to get your data room together. Google due diligence data room. There's a standard set of lists of what people require. Some might not be relevant to you because you haven't got property. But everybody knows what they are. Get bang into them right from the very start. And I think I'd pick up on a point that George alluded to. Very often in deals, there are misaligned individuals. There are people who, I think we call it, it's called the agency problem, where you've got a guy or a woman who hasn't got any skin in the game, but they are actually a key decision maker in it. Identify them and incentivize them.
Thank you very much. I see that we are already getting some questions from the listeners. We can sneak this one in because I think it's interesting. People want to hear what you guys think about the Evolution NetEnt deal. Do you have any spontaneous comments on that one before we move on? Floor is open.
Personally, I think it's a mistake from Evolution to do that. I think they are such a fantastic company. They managed to create sort of a semi-monopoly, and I think they can even strengthen that within the live casino segment. And there is so much growth in that part of the industry still to be found, with the move from offline to online and the sort of the big countries out there. So my worry is that sort of they will be a bit bogged down with the complexity that will be in merging those two big organizations and also getting into another vertical where there's lower margins. But that's just me.
Thank you. Do you have any view on that, Andrew?
I'm going to be very political and say I completely agree. I think that George has made the points I would have made. I couldn't put it any better.
Good, thank you. And if we look on the flip side of the question with regrets, what was the best deal you have ever taken part in, and what were the circumstances, and how do you build those circumstances in a deal? What are your main takeaways, basically, here, George?
Yeah, since it's such a recent example with the sale of Kasumba, this small affiliate company, to RakeTech, I think that's a good example when it comes to incentivizing the people, a bit like we spoke about before, because we were 3 founders, and 2 of them sort of still remains within the company and work like crazy to meet the earnout targets that we have now the following 4 years. And that is maybe a classical setup, but I think it really works. But the detail here is that the final step in the ladder, or the 4th or 5th year, is uncapped. And we try to really much keep on that, because I've seen in deals where the sellers reach the target or the top target too early, and they lose incentive and they start sort of slowing down the progress. In this scenario, there is no ever stopping, and the incentive just going to keep on running throughout the end of the deal. So I think that's a good way of doing it.
Indeed. Thank you. Andrew?
Well, I've had the privilege of working with a lot of very, very, very high net worth people over the years, and people often say, is there a secret to their success? Is there one common thing? And I think there is. I think if there's one, it's the smartest people I've ever worked with, the smartest entrepreneurs, have one thing in common. And when they build a business, they build with an exit in mind. They don't just start off with an idea and see where it gets to. One of the best examples I remember that wasn't in the online gaming industry, was a guy who was building storage warehouses. And he looked at 2 or 3 of his competitors, and he said, right, they're not there, but they build them looking like this, and they want that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build 4 or 5. He got to about 30. He built them exactly like they wanted them. And guess what? In 2 to 3 years' time, they bought them off him. So always have an exit in mind. Always, on any deal, every deal, take cash off the table. Always do a deal where you think it's a meaningful sum of money to you. If it sounds like this is very obvious advice, but if it sounds like it's a life-changing sum of money, it probably means your wealth is too concentrated in that asset. So sell. And allied to that is a rule that my old chairman, Sir David Michel's, gave, which is always sell after 7 years. Just sell after 7 years. Don't keep a business longer than 7 years. And he's worked, and sometimes you're going to be right, and sometimes you're going to be wrong. But at year 7, start, if you haven't already, do a strategic process to think about selling the business. Finally, keep good financial reporting procedures, FRP. Get into the habit of doing it, even when you're small. Financial reporting procedures, just meet once a month, or once every 2 months, or once a quarter. What's your forecast for next month? What's the actual? What's the variance? What's the action plan? And people talk about having board papers. If all your board papers were that, for your sales, for your marketing cost, for your personnel cost, you'd instantly catapult yourself into the top decile of good companies, which is what a buyer looks for.
Thank you. Very interesting. The 7 year there, so you would give that advice even if the trends were spiking and you saw a great future. You wouldn't keep it at 8th or 9th year and then try to sell it.
Well, it's David's advice, not mine, and he's a very, 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 very smart guy, and it's contentious. But I think a real, and again, this is no wisdom on my part, just that I've collected. Always, in all aspects of life, if something appears to be a meaningful sum of money to you, it probably says you've got too much wealth concentrated in it. So sell. Have that make the decision for you. And then you'll have money. And then other deals will come along and they won't be so meaningful, so you don't have to sell. And then a deal will become a life-changing sum of money. Sell. Yeah, sure, you may get things wrong, but on balance, you'll get more right than wrong.
Yeah, thank you very much. If we now look outside your own personal experiences and more in general at the industry, we already had the listeners' questions on Evolution and Netten. But is there any other deals that you believe stick out as not so good, or if there is anyone that you've been really impressed by lately in the industry? George?
Yeah, I guess it's not very late one, but I was really impressed with the PokerStars strategy of taking over sort of the poker market over time. They stayed their course, and one thing they did was to wait out the American market to the exact perfect time to leave it, and then they let Full Tilt stay on until they got into super trouble. And then I think they made a fantastic smart move is to buy Full Tilt, and not only that, they also took a lot of money and paid all the money that Full Tilt owed the players, and I think that created such a positive sort of brand spin throughout the poker community. So you got on the plus sides from the poker players for probably coming 5 years, just because everyone got their tens of thousands of dollars back that they had in their Full Tilt account. So that's a very outside-in, non-financial strategy, but I think brand-wise and company and sort of poker community-wise, it was brilliant.
Agreed. Andrew, do you have anything that sticks out?
Yeah, I agree with George's example, by the way. Yes, I think when the Hornell family sold On Game to Party Gaming back in 2006, I think it was a brilliant deal. Why was it a brilliant deal? Because they pretty much aligned themselves with the 7-year rule. I think it's quite 7 years, but they definitely aligned themselves with a meaningful sum rule. This was a life-changing sum of money. The way the trajectory looked at the time, they could have held on and carried on, but they said, no, this is a good price, 500 million, we'll accept it. Guess what? Within 9 months, Party Gaming, I think it was 9 months, had written the value down to zero because Huega had passed. I think any deal that Kenny and the guys did at GVC on the way through was fantastic because they ignored dilution. My partner, Mark Blandford, says when you look at the graveyard of failed businesses and you look at the tombstones, invariably they all say right at the top, dilution. The number of execs who fret and worry over not wanting to do a deal because they'll be diluted. The original guys at Gaming VC were diluted out of hell, but do they care? They're one of the biggest operators in the industry now. So ignore dilution if the deal's good, because you'll make more from a bigger pot. I would add some of Mark's deals and the guys at Sporting Bet. Again, Paradise Poker was a great deal. They diluted themselves to hell, but they don't care because they got a big part of the big pot.
Good. Time is actually running out, but one last question. What's your absolute best advice you could give the listeners today on how to make a good deal? How much role should the numbers, market environment, and people, or perhaps even gut feeling play? 30 seconds each. George, what's your advice?
Yeah, then on a short version, I'll take sort of the owner's perspective again here. I think you should, as an owner, really imagine where you want to be in 2 years' time. Do you want to have a company that gives you dividends, or do you want to retire in the Bahamas and drink drinks all day? So I think that should really guide you. Do you want to build a company that you're really proud of and sort of takes over the world? Then you need to understand whether you can do it or that organically on your own, or you should partner up with someone. So I think what is really important is to think, if this happens in 2 years' time, will I have any regrets? And make sure that you don't have any regrets, that you, even though the deal might be a bit under sort of the mid scenario, then you should be really happy with your decision. So let that guide you.
Good final words. Andrew, 30 seconds. What's your best advice?
If you're in a room with advisors and they're trying to give you all kinds of advice, technical advice, you don't understand it. Maybe it's to do with an M&A, whether it's to do with an IPO, whether they're trying to sell you something and you feel you're out of your depth. There is one question you can ask which will make you the smartest person in the room. This is the 101 of corporate finance. Ask this question and you'll unlock it. You ask, what difference does this make to my cash flow over the next 3 years? If it makes no difference, ignore it, it's irrelevant. If you want a subsequent question, ask, what difference does it make to my tax rate? It makes a difference to your tax rate, it makes a difference to your cash flow. Just remember those two and you'll get straight to the juice.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I wish we had another 30 minutes. Super interesting topic, and I hope all the listeners have learned as much as I have. Thank you very much, and take care for this time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back to the studio, guys. I hope you're enjoying day one so far. It's been a great day. So throughout these 3 days, we are running some polls online. So we want to, figure out what you guys think. So you can go in and vote on the answer that you feel is the right one, basically. So we want to go through some of the polls and kind of reveal the results so far. Pierre, do you have a few of your favorite polls that you want to speak more about?
Yes, fantastic, Alice, and what a great day so far. There's a lot of activity in the polls here so far today. One of the questions is that currently online gambling only accounts for about 23% of the total global gambling revenue. And the question is now, due to COVID-19, what do you think this number will be in 2020? So from 23%. And 34% are answering that it will cover more than 40% in 2020. So it'll be very interesting to see in the end of the year how that actually turns out. We have a lot of different polls. I mean, let's see here. What else do we have? Another question is the fact that the US market is so hyped right now. I talked about it with Todd Haushalter previously, but for example, DraftKings, which is one of the major operators now in the US, they have a small amount of revenue, but they are valued to a massive amount of money, which is indicating that the market really believes in the US. So the question is, will the US market live up to this current expectations of the stock market? And 61% thinks yes, that is the case. So I thought that was quite interesting as well. So for the ones who are watching on Hopin on the digital platform, check out the polls. They are to your top right in the corner, and check out the answers and questions over there. We'll have new questions every day. So.
Yeah, very good, very good. So as Pierre said, we're going to have new questions every day. So tomorrow there's going to be some other questions, some other polls. So yeah, that summarizes a little bit about the polls. So next up, guys, we have an interview, a very exciting interview with Jason Ader, who's co-founder and CEO of Spring Owl Management LLC. And hosting this interview is Rebecca Leggero, who's lead reporter at Calvin Air. So enjoy that, guys, and then we'll be back for our closing speech.
Yes, thank you, guys.
The questions and things, because it's hard for me to type with my setup, but I'll see it.
A desire of a notion. That unstoppable urge to create something extraordinary. Get your project started. International.
Future is now. The future is now. The future is now.
He is the Spring Owl Asset Management. And Jason, I know you've been analyzing and investing and otherwise involved in the gaming industry for, I think, 20 plus years. So thank you so much for joining us here today. We've been following your work at calvinair.com since our inception 10 years ago. This is an honor for me as well. Thank you, iGaming Next, for bringing us together today and for having Jason here with us. And just so the audience knows, the way that we are going to manage the session today is that for the next 20 minutes or so, I'm going to be asking Jason a series of questions, some really juicy ones. And then for the remaining 10 minutes, we will be taking questions from the audience, so please do send them through as the time goes on, and we will try to get to as many of them as possible. But anyway, Jason, so let's get started here. Like I said, I've got lots for you. The first question that I do have for you here today is in regards to SPACs. We've been seeing so many of them in the news in the gaming industry space today. I know that you've been quoted saying that the SPAC structure is a super, super attractive way for iGaming companies to go public. So I wanted to hear from you why you feel this way, why you believe there's going to be a lot more deals coming in this space, and perhaps touch on some of the criticisms on this model as well.
Great. Well, Becky, good to see you. Thanks for having me. Very excited to be participating at iGaming Next. It's a great event, and I'm sure you'll have a lot of amazing questions. And we can start with SPACs, which is certainly one of the most interesting areas and exciting areas in the gaming industry right now. DraftKings is probably one of the great success stories of the decade. And of course, it came public with a SPAC. And its success has led others to follow that lead. And now you have Rush Street Gaming and Golden Nugget Online and quite a few others, that are moving towards going public with the SPAC model. So why do it? I think is really the question. Why bring your company public in a SPAC? And it's really sort of the great question. And when I researched that, the answer really surprised me. And number one, it's faster to take your company public in the SPAC model than it is to do an IPO. So that's a good thing. But more importantly, when you go public through a SPAC versus an IPO, in the US at least, you have the ability to tell your story, talk about your company in a way that's much less restrictive. So when you do an IPO, you file a statement called an S1, letter S1, and it's very restrictive. You just have to say what the Securities and Exchange Commission wants you to say. When you go public through a SPAC, you're effectively merging. You're merging a blind pool of cash in your business. And that process requires you to file a document called an S4 with the Securities and Exchange Commission. And of course, your deal will be voted on by the shareholder. What I think everybody's concluding is it's not only faster, but the S4 is a more complete document. It gives you the ability as an owner of a business like DraftKings or Golden Nugget Online to give projections, to give forward-looking statements, to share your vision about where you think you can take the business in the US and in Europe over the 2021, 2022, 2023 period. So the reason there's so many SPACs, and this is not just exclusive to the gaming industry, this is in all industries, is because it's proving now to be and the pandemic it's accelerated it because you've been able to raise money quite easily during the SPAC craze, if you will. But it's faster and it's a better way to go public. And for the SPAC sponsors, it used to raise money, take you 3 weeks. You have to travel all over New York, Boston, West Coast, Texas, maybe London. It's now 3 days on Zoom, just like this, and you have $500 million in the bank. What's better than that?
Yeah, pretty amazing. It is exciting, but there are criticisms of the SPAC model. Some people think that it's overblown and it's going to die out and all this. What do you think about that?
Well, I think the real criticism for me is the sponsorship economics. So a sponsor of a SPAC is entitled to 20% if they can keep it. So if you raise 200 million, and you successfully create a transaction, your value in the new company is 20% of what you raise. So $40 million for a sponsor is a great payday. Would put you right in the top decile of what remuneration or what compensation would be for an executive in the gaming industry. And since it's become so competitive and there's so many SPACs out there, that 20% is yours if you can negotiate that you're worth it. And so I think the criticism to the SPAC model that I've heard is the sponsors aren't doing much. They're finding deals, but are they worth it? And I think the SPAC sponsors who can make a strong case that they can add value and they are worth it, they can bring investors, they can bring strategic guidance, they can bring board members, they can involve themselves in the governance of the business. Well, then most have been successful in keeping it. Others have said, we may not bring as much value, but we want to contribute to the success of the business. So as the stock price goes up, as the SPAC's value increases, we we'll earn into it, like a vesting ship plan. So there's a lot of creative ways to resolve some of the controversy, but right now it's one of the best ways that we've seen to go public, and I think it may ebb and flow, but I don't see it going away.
Excellent. Very good. Thank you. And we've mentioned DraftKings already a couple of times here. And so I wanted to know from you, do you think that U.S. sports betting companies, are they dramatically overvalued at present, or is the hype real? And if the hype is real, is there still opportunity for investors to pile into certain stocks like DraftKings?
So it's a bit of a gold rush, as you can imagine, here in the U.S. When I get calls from people that have, that are friends that I've known a long time, and they have no idea, what sports betting is or how it works, and they have a deal in the space that they want to show me. That's usually not a great. That happened at the very peak of Bitcoin. Everybody I knew wanted to get into Bitcoin. It's happening a bit now in sports betting. Everybody has a deal, an idea, some way to get into it. So that's not a good thing. That doesn't why the valuations are probably ahead of the business. The U.S. sports betting business today is actually quite small. Its potential is enormous, and I think the way to think about the U.S. market is not just limited to the size of sports, but because of the financial pressure that most states find themselves in, it's very likely over the course of this decade that sports will be legalized. Online casino will be legalized. Poker will be legalized. Live table games will be here. It'll be pooled betting, between states. I think, one prediction I'd make here, is that the states, we've been advising one or two of the states as to how to do it. We're pushing one or two of the states to legalize sports betting and link their liquidity to Europe and the UK to really, make a difference. And that would be really exciting. So the opportunity is amazing. The stock price valuations are probably a little bit ahead of where they should be because of the pandemic and because these are recognized as stay-at-home beneficiary businesses. They've actually done quite well this year when most businesses have failed. The land-based traditional gaming business, has been at the other end of the spectrum. It's been very hard to get people to go to casinos. Most are losing money every day, and those businesses have much lower valuations as a result.
Exciting times, the online space. How sustainable do you think the leads are that DraftKings and FanDuel, for example, have achieved so far, or is there room for other companies to come in and carve out a bit of the market share?
Well, they're certainly incredibly well recognized. When they were just fantasy sports businesses, they spent a lot of money on brand recognition and sponsorships and sporting relationships, both in stadium and on TV. I mean, there was an NFL season a few years ago. You turned on a game, it was always DraftKings draft. So there's a lot of value in that, and I think it's hard. Brand recognition is hard to get. But I often remind people that Bet365 was not first to market. So I think it's an important case study. They're market leaders now. The way to win, obviously in this business is the economics of customer acquisition, customer retention, extending out lifetime value. It's very, very early days in the US with respect to all the gaming ecosystems. So they have a market, both DraftKings and FanDuel have market lead, and it's exciting to see what Penn Gaming has done with Barstool Sports, and Barstool is just a really amazing video content, around sports and their ability to acquire customers. nationally is exciting. It's exciting to think about. But they're all first movers. Bet365 was late to market, and look how amazing they've been. So I'd say it's you know, as a marathon runner, I see a lot of people come. I see a lot of people run out, and in the first 5 miles, they're doing great, but they're very easy to pass at mile 18. And what matters is you know, towards the end of the race. So I would remind everybody, you know, of that metaphor.
Yeah, it's super interesting. And actually, I wanted to ask you what you do think about companies like, for example, Penn National Gaming. They spend their money on, or they have this merger with Barstool Media Company. What do you think about this kind of model versus the operators spending their time and money on developing new products and focusing on technology? What are the pros and cons, do you think?
I mean, it's all related. I mean, you need to have cutting edge technology, and obviously that's kind of all under constant development towards customer acquisition, customer retention. With respect to branding, we'll see. You know how there's just we'll see. You know, ultimately how much the brand matters. Certainly in capturing original customers. I mean, it's the video content that Barstool is producing, and even Fox. I mean, I see during the elections, I was watching Fox and I saw that they were promoting betting on politics. And when you watch Fox Sports on the weekend, I mean, they're promoting the Fox Bet site. So there is a lot of value to having broadcast. Direct your customers to the site and promoting, you know, on broadcast video, you know, various forms of betting. So I see the convergence that we've obviously seen. We saw it, you know, very well with Sky Bet in the UK. So I think you'll see more media type partnerships, but it's going to be hard to imagine to compete if you don't have that. That's for sure.
Very interesting. And I know a little while earlier in this conversation, you were saying that we saw DraftKings commercials every 5 seconds a couple years ago during the Super Bowl. Wondering if we see continued marketing in this manner in the U.S. market, is there going to be an inevitable clampdown, you know, with regulation like we saw in the UK, or seeing in the UK, I should say, if this continues in the U.S. market? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I would say definitely, number one. What's amazing is the shareholders of the U.S. gaming companies now, whether it be DraftKings or Rush Street or Golden Nugget Online or Penn, when I tell them, you know, that there's been dramatic increases in regulation in the UK, and just remember, you know, a year and a half to 2 years ago, I mean, there were some pretty draconian proposals on online gaming that were floated and continue to be floated. They look at me like I'm crazy. So what do you mean? So this is a highly regulated business. This isn't just a U.S. This isn't just born today in the U.S. This is a very mature business in the UK and in Europe, and it's highly regulated. And there are needs for protection. There's a lot of technology to resolve underage gaming and problem gaming, and those technologies get better through machine-based learning and AI every single day. Playtech is a leader in this area, but the U.S. investors are very unsophisticated with respect to that, and because they're new, and most of them just own the shares in DraftKings because it's been going up and continues to go up, which isn't great. But eventually, there will be controls, because it's an industry that deserves to be highly regulated. And I think, you know, the U.S. is clearly behind the UK and Europe, but as it matures, I would expect to see, you know, higher taxes, more controls, more protections in place.
Okay, very good. And we've been talking quite a bit about online sports betting, but wondering how important you think the online casino component is to the ecosystem here, or can online sports betting companies succeed, you know, with just that particular offering?
Online casino is very important. To me, it's the golden opportunity. Sports betting sort of gets you into the market and has opened up the U.S. and, you know, the leagues got behind it, politicians got behind it, but you know, the real profitability will come, you know, with online casino. It's coming, and you know, we'll see which state, you know, sort of pushes first, but there's no question about it. You know, we'll have all verticals in the U.S. towards the end of the decade. And again, I think most exciting is the live table option.
Excellent, excellent. And Jason, I know that you were involved with Sands in the past, and wondering, we were hearing that Sands potentially might leave the U.S. and focus solely on Asia. I'm wondering what you think, if this does actually happen, if what impact this will have on the rollout of online gambling across the United States, because Adelson is, always been clearly against that happening. What impact do you think this will have, if any?
Well, with respect to that press release, it was really more of a rumor than a fact. We don't really know for sure if they can get $6 billion for the two properties in Las Vegas. I would think that they would strongly consider that. I think broadly speaking, Las Vegas right now is very challenged. Not only is it very challenged because we could all think about when is the next time we're going to go to a meeting, a convention, or trade show in Las Vegas? Probably not till 2023. Certainly, maybe 2022. But the way we used to know it and experience it, it's a couple years away, and that's a big issue. And when you look at returns on capital for the last several years in Las Vegas, every $100 million, not 10 million, every $100 million you spend on your property to add rooms or to upgrade it, you've gotten zero. Zero. In some cases, negative return on investment. And that's just because there's too much capacity. And so Sands has always been a company very focused on shareholder returns and return on capital. And so the concept that they might be thinking about Las Vegas is really driven on the fact that they look at putting money into Asia or putting money into other markets, and the returns are extraordinary. And the Asian market, Macau, I think 2021 is going to be the year by far of Macau's recovery. We could already see it, but I think the best area in gaming next year will be Macau. And so the company's just amazingly well positioned there. They've been expanding, they've been upgrading, and so they look at where do we spend our free cash flow? And in a normal year, this is a company that could make $4 or $5 billion in free cash flow. It's just an amazing thing to think about. How do you spend it? Well, they do give a lot back to their shareholders in the form of dividends and stock buybacks. But Asia, and more specifically Macau, has just been a great place. And this is a very disciplined company. They obviously were looking in Japan and just ultimately concluded it was going to be far too taxed, way too much taxes, and too high a cost to make returns that they're used to in Asia. So I don't think selling Vegas is a foregone conclusion, but it's also hard to imagine they're not looking around and seeing the valuations of the online companies and all of their peers, including Wynn Resorts, very recently announcing a deal in the online space. So, never say never.
Never say never. And speaking of Asia, Jason, when it comes to online gambling in particular, are your views positive about what could happen in Asia in the future here? Especially we've got China with all these cross-border restrictions, and the Philippines now with a 5% turnover tax. What is your view on that region from an online gambling perspective?
Well, the Asia online market is an incredible market. It's a gigantic business. It's highly controversial, and so I think most people in my shoes love it and hate it. And I think that's the best way to describe it. I love the just liquidity and the size and scope. But what I hate about it is and I'm speaking more specifically in the context of Playtech, is the reputational issues that it creates. And while Playtech has built an amazing software as a service business through its Philippine operations, it does raise reputational concerns, and I just wonder a lot if the cost of that isn't worth the benefit. So over the last several years, Playtech has made many decisions to diversify down Asia as a total part of their profitability, including owning Snaitech. And to the extent there were a buyer or an interested buyer in part or all of their Asian business, I've been supportive of that. But I think you're going to see over this course of the next 5 years, Macau, post-pandemic, license online gaming for those that are in Macau. So I don't think Macau is quite ready to broadcast out to China, but I definitely get the sense that there's a lot of thought into how that could work for online gaming in Macau for those that are in Macau, and obviously Hong Kong Jockey Club, which is just an incredible business, pursuing various online solutions as well in a perfectly controlled environment, no gray market, no black market. So that's my thoughts on it. I mean, it's hard to ignore, very big business, but just raises a lot of licensing and reputational issues that are hard for most companies in the US to overcome.
Very good, very good. And I can see that there are questions coming through, but before I have a look at those, I'm just going to have you touch on Brazil, Latin America. I know this is a huge region, but just really quickly, could you share your thoughts on what you're seeing in that region?
Well, it's certainly emerging. What I've found in Colombia and Brazil and throughout the areas and over the years, and this is not just specific to gaming, but in all businesses, it tends to ramp pretty slowly. It tends to fall short of expectations, and so I often say when companies are starting to talk about their growth prospects in Russia and Latin America, it's usually time to sell. And so I do worry that there's too much expectations coming out of those markets relative to other businesses that have expanded and just fallen short of expectations. So there's a lot of people, there's a lot of football, there's a lot of sports. I mean, these are passionate, parts of the world, but it's not. I think we're just talking about Asia. Asia is extraordinary. From my perspective, Latin America is still very much an emerging market and will take time to develop.
Very good. Very interesting perspective. Okay, so here is a question for you, Jason. It is, will U.S. land-based casinos look to acquire more European operators like Caesars acquiring William Hill?
I'd say definitely. And the reason definitely is because valuations of U.S. land-based companies is almost double. The trading valuations are almost double that of those that are listed in the UK. So William Hill being one example, 888 being another great example, Playtech being a third example. For a U.S. company to acquire a UK company, it's immediately accretive. And it's my view that the profitability from the UK companies like 888 or Playtech would immediately get a US valuation multiple if owned by a US business. So it almost becomes self-financing from that perspective. And the US companies, I think, to a large extent, are recognize that they're catching up quick, but they are behind in terms of controlling the technology and experiences that are owned by the UK listed companies. So that's something that I've been predicting, and I would predict more of, that there's going to be continued acquisition of UK and European online businesses by US companies, as long as these US companies continue to trade at such a premium in the US.
Very good. Thank you. And another question. Do you think any of the online gambling companies will use the timing to acquire themselves into the land-based space?
So, because the land-based businesses aren't doing well and they're doing better, I mean, I don't see that. It's kind of like Amazon to some extent. It's been obviously a great success, and maybe this is an extreme example, but they actually opened up bookstores. And so if you go to New York City, you can go to the Amazon bookstore. And it was such a strange experience, a backwardly integrated tech business that's in a bookstore. And so I was walking through the bookstore, and they've picked all the books that they know people in the neighborhood like, and this is in Columbus Circle. So you would think with their technology, they know exactly what people want, because Amazon knows everything about all of us. It didn't really work very well. I mean, Amazon does a lot of things good. Running an actual bookstore was just a bookstore. So I think the online gaming companies are great at what they do. It's a very different business, and I just see partnerships, not ownership.
Okay, very good. And I actually have here myself a couple of bonus questions, as I call them, to ask you. We have a couple more minutes. This one's kind of a fun one. How does one fix the habit of publicly traded companies that shower their senior management with bonuses and other perks, despite companies not having a great performance? What do you think about that?
Well, I hate it, I have to say, and I've been very critical of it. And I like management teams that are willing to work for stock only. I mean, I would do it. If I were a CEO of a public company, I would say, and Steve Jobs did this at Apple. I always thought it was an amazing thing. He took $1 salary and the rest of his compensation was stock price. And he really believed that the stock was where the value was. And in my view, more CEOs should get paid in stock, and they should wake up every day perfectly aligned with their shareholders and say, I'm going to get rich, I'm going to make money. And there's nothing wrong with this in a capitalist society. I'm going to make money if my shareholders make money. So what can I do today? What can I do this week? What can I do this month that gets my stock price up? That's perfect alignment. And what I always advocate for is for management teams and executives to be showered with nothing other than stock and to have their sole focus be building a business for the shareholders. It's so often that companies forget that the shareholders own the business and they work for the owners of the business. So that's up to, so your question is, what can we do about it? This is really a board issue, and we could advocate for board of directors that are very focused on shareholder alignment and shareholder returns. And I certainly haven't been afraid to express my views in that regard.
Very good. Love Steve Jobs. Love it. Thank you. And I have a Playtech question for you here, our last one of the day, I think. I know that you urged Playtech to ditch trade tech, and this was at one point. Although, when we hit 2020, for the first half of 2020, I believe this was their best performing unit for the first half of the year. So wondering if your advice has changed.
So trade tech had a spectacular year, and I'm very happy that we had it. My views on trade tech is it's totally non-strategic and non-core to Playtech's gaming business, and there was never a push to sell it just to sell it. There was always a push to sell it at the right price. And based on 2020 performance, I think there's a much higher probability of getting a good price for the business so that the resources can be rolled back into either buying back shares or reinvesting back into the core B2B business.
Very good. And actually, Jason, one more question did come through, so I'm going to ask it because we have a couple of minutes. Should building value for shareholders be the highest priority for a CEO?
I would say one of the highest. I mean, so shareholder, if you're a CEO, there's not just one goal, there's multiple goals, but right at the top has to be building shareholder value. I think, thinking about stakeholders is also really important. When I say stakeholders, it is, also as you lead a business, your impact on society, on the community, on diversity, those are all critically important things as well. And so, I urge companies to focus on the shareholders, but it can't be at the expense of ignoring other very important social issues that are critical to your shareholders too. I mean, shareholders now want companies to have more diversity and to be thoughtful as it relates to how, and in the gaming industry, the business works a little bit less so on the environment, but more on the issue of problem gaming and finding and investing in solutions on that. So stockholder returns are right up at the top. But the other issues that relate to stakeholders in the business, all the people and employees that the business touches are also part of the job.
Amazing. Jason, I think that's exactly our time. And I just wanted to tell you how much I enjoyed this. You're an amazing speaker, a delight to chat with. And thank you so much for sharing your insights with iGaming Next Online. We all very much appreciate it.
Great. Thanks for having me.
Thank you guys so much, and we will see you tomorrow.
Take care.
Wow, what an amazing first day, right, Pierre?
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, it's been amazing. And even though we're wearing masks here in the studio, we have a huge smile on our faces. We're super happy, super excited to have such a successful first day. Tomorrow we have another exciting day on the agenda. It's going to be all about marketing-related topics. We have a great lineup ready to go for tomorrow as well. So we will hear about all kinds of things. So things like the future of SEO by Marcus Tendler, who is co-founder and chief evangelist at Right GmbH, together with Bob Rains, who's also a known SEO executive, brand marketer, and growth marketing strategist. And another example of what's to come tomorrow is another fireside chat with the theme of what relationship marketing can do for you. And this is hosted by Rebecca Leggero Fontana, who we just saw. She's lead reporter at Calvin Air. And joining her is her guest, Rahul Sood, who's co-founder and CEO of Unicorn and creator of Microsoft Ventures. So we have a very, very exciting day lined up for us tomorrow. And guys, don't forget that you can stick around in the platform after this and join the sessions tab, where you can join the roundtable to discuss and chat with your fellow industry colleagues. And then there's also the networking tab, where you will be randomly put together with someone from the event, and then you get 2 minutes together. And then it switches to someone else. So it's kind of like chat roulette back in the days. So it's a very quick and modern way to do some networking after the event. Pierre, how do you think today went? How excited are you about day one?
Yeah, I mean, a fantastic day one. There was some really interesting insight, and I loved listening to Jason Ader now at the end as well. One of the true heavyweights of our industry who share his insight, and he talked about future M&A activities and things like that. Very, very interesting to listen to. But overall, fantastic day. I mean, the day in the life of a CEO, how interesting is that? I saw Ree Burns, our good friend, she posted about that on LinkedIn now as well with her, thoughts and things like that. And I really love to see this kind of comments and things like that from people who are watching today. It's really fun for us to see as well. And just participating in the chat, really great discussions there as well. So yeah, great, fantastic first day.
And we want to thank everyone who's joined as well, all the speakers and everyone who's joined in. We want to give a big thanks, and we're super excited for day 2 tomorrow. So yeah, is there anything else that we want to kind of round up the day with?
Yeah, I would like to again to thank you to the thousands of people who turned in today. It's been a fantastic day. Whether it's being in the digital platform, on the website, on Facebook, on YouTube, but it's been an absolute thrill to be able to put this event on today for so many people. So thank you to everyone. And of course, we want to thank the incredible team behind the scenes. I mean, Shanetta, our product manager, she's been working around the clock for the last couple of weeks to put this event on. And making sure that the speakers are on time, making sure that they are briefed, not missing a single thing for this event. So massive thank you to her. Thank you to Studio 7 who are hosting us here today, to iPoint, our marketing partner, who are putting on all the lovely graphics that we see here, and just to the extended team that we have been working on this event too. It's fantastic.
Absolutely. So hope to see you guys tomorrow, 10 o'clock. We're going to kick off our marketing day. So we'll see you there. Thanks, guys.
See you tomorrow. Thank you, Alice.
Thank you.
Bam. Best partner ever.